Okay. I heard someone reacting to the drama. What? No. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I do not believe that. Um, well, yeah. I do want to move on and go to this Bernie post, and then I want to talk about OTK a little bit while I get the links together. So enjoy Bernard.
The executive order to cut off federal funding announced by the Trump administration last night will be a disaster for working people all across this country, for the elderly, for our kids, our veterans, and for the environment. It must be rescinded. This order will impact millions of Americans on Medicaid or who use community health centers, children in Head Start and in childcare, elderly people on the Meals on Wheels program, homeless veterans, and veterans in rural areas, seniors who are kept warm through the LIHEAP program, and firefighters and police officers who protect us. At a time of unprecedented natural disasters, it will also make it difficult for communities to get the help they desperately need. This executive order is not only going to hurt working families and lower-income Americans all across this country, it is also illegal and unconstitutional. Let us be clear. The President of the United States can veto legislation, he can make recommendations to Congress, he can support legislation, but he does not have the unilateral right to change laws that Congress has passed. This is one more sad indication that Donald Trump has very little respect for the rule of law and our Constitution, and is moving us toward an authoritarian form of society. Together, we must and will stop him. Thank you.
Shout out Bernie. I have a friend in the EPA, and he's being offered a buyout. The idea is that federal workers can quit and accept the severance package or toe the line. Yeah, so essentially by September, right, if a federal worker resigns personally, they will get like a freaking like what is that, a 7-8 month severance package and pay out till September. If they, don't want to come back to the office, essentially, for what I understand, and for everybody else, they will be forced to come back to the office if they are a federal worker. So that's a thing that's happening. Hello? Whoa. Whoa. Test? Okay, that was weird. Do you guys hear something weird when I talk? Or is that just me? Oh, wait. Okay. I figured out what it was. I can hear static. Okay, I fix it.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I play.
Landor Waters just subscribed.
I thought I fixed the alert box. I did not. The alert box is still broken. Land of Waters, thank you for the 3-month in advance subscription. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you all are doing well. I would imagine some federal jobs are just better to do remotely, but who am I? You are not Donald J. Trump. I do want to see academics apologize from Sean C. I am not watching a 2.5 hour long video about Destiny, Dan covering Destiny's video. Please don't show this to me. Actually, you know what? I will leave that there. Here, this is what the buyout was about.
The Trump administration is offering buyouts to federal workers. An email sent out last night with a deferred resignation offer. All full-time federal employees are eligible, with a few exceptions, including postal workers, military members, immigration officials, certain national security roles. So we want to go live to Joe St. George, who is in Washington, D.C.
Imagine if you could just resign from the military and get your pay for 7 months in advance, bro. You know how small the military would be after that?
And Joe, this all comes after President Trump ordered federal workers to return to the office.
It does, and now federal workers from Colorado to Washington have a big decision to make. They only have until February 6th to take this.
My YouTube live stream's thumbnail. Gosh darn it.
To take this option. I think a lot of people think that, oh, this is only a D.C., Virginia, Maryland story, but more than 80% of the federal workforce in this country live outside the Washington metropolitan area. I'm reminded of federal workers that live in Colorado, in just west of Denver in Lakewood. There's a giant federal government complex. More than 6,000 federal government employees work there, the largest concentration of agencies outside of Washington. So this isn't just a D.C. story, it's also a Colorado story. The question is, will these workers take the buyout? Remember, President Trump is promising a change in culture, so it's either stay in the current job and accept the change in culture, or leave. As Elon Musk pointed out, this severance package goes until the end of September, which compared to many private sector severance packages is essentially very, very generous. The change in culture could be more work in office. Remember, federal employees, many of them never returned to the office post-COVID. Many have gotten very comfortable to working from home. Trump wants them back in the office. Some employees may not want to do that. So this may present an opportunity for them to take a buyout. Additionally, the letter that has been emailed to federal employees, to many federal employees already, also suggests that more changes on the horizon, potential downsizing with Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, going forward. There are some Democratic senators who are warning federal workers to not take this option. Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia said that he doesn't believe Trump has the authority to offer any buyouts. It's not like Congress gave that power to the president. The White House is estimating that anywhere between...
considered that he is Trump and he can just do whatever he wants?
5 and 10% of the federal workforce will take this option, which will save hundreds of millions of dollars, they estimate, in the coming years.
So yeah, that's the I do not like Jasmine Crockett. I do not like Jasmine Crockett.
Trump's federal spending.
Because you're jealous? Because she's a lib. She's straight, fully libbed up. Okay, just say we need to respect diversity. Wokeness. Well,
does not make any sense to me. And if forcing somebody to participate in a medical procedure as a provider that they believe is murder does not make any sense to me. We need to welcome diversity in this country. We need to respect diversity.
Woke.
And we need to respect each other when we have different opinions. And not
woke. Wait, is he saying that anti-abortion activists and like anti-abortion medical professionals are diversity? We need diversity. Pro-abortion and anti-abortion.
Not force our opinions on other people.
Thank you for that. The FDA, under the Biden administration, changed the rules for the chemical abortion drug and said you no longer need to see a physician. So if you have an ectopic pregnancy or all kinds of, don't even go anymore.
I don't care about this. Honestly, I don't care. He's going to be confirmed anyway. I just wanted to hear him say something about diversity. There's also this. Intelligence officials start to leak to me now. Here's a memo Defense Intelligence Agency personnel received instructing them to suspend observances of Holocaust Remembrance Day, MLK Day, and Juneteenth. Look, Juneteenth was already going to be gone, and I observe it regardless. So, it sucks to suck. But like Holocaust Remembrance Day, why do you take that one away? DIA will pause all activities related to agency special emphasis programs, effectively and immediately until further notice. Additionally, special observances hosted throughout the year by the command element directorates and special offices are also paused. These include observances related to Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, Black History Month, Women's History Month, Holocaust Day, Days of Remembrance, Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, Pride, Juneteenth, Women's Equity Day, National Hispanic Heritage Month, National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and National American Indian Heritage Month. The pause will not affect the federal holidays. Okay, wait, so the pause won't affect the federal holidays for MLK Day and Juneteenth. They will still be federal holidays. You just will pause observances for like special emphasis programs, I guess. You just can't acknowledge them. They just won't do events for them. They'll be like, no Black History Month events. But like, they're not like undoing the holiday yet. I'm freaking tired. Why am I so tired? Maybe I should turn my air on. Here, watch this while I be back. I'll be back.
Spending freeze sparked panic, fear, and confusion as states said that Medicaid payments were paused and the Medicaid website portal went dark. With that just being one of a million things happening with the administration right now, M23 rebels have now captured the key Congolese city of Goma, and a 489-pound rapper is now suing Lyft over alleged weight discrimination. We're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, how it's being covered, and how people are reacting to it. But first, an announcement. Y'all were making some loud demands in those comments yesterday, and do not worry, I got you. From now till we'll see over at beautifulbastard.com, you can snag yourself some feels like we're stuck in a snow globe and some asshole keeps shaking it gear. You can grab yours right now on some great shirts, crews, and hoodies. And for you PG, Pollies, and princesses out there, I have a clean version for you as well. So yeah, wear your feelings, grab any and everything you want over at beautifulbastard.com right now. But like I said, we have a lot of news to talk about today, starting with this. We need to talk about Donald Trump taking steps to ban trans troops in the military, freezing federal loans and grants, firing prosecutors who helped criminally investigate him, and ordering the CDC to stop working with the World Health Organization immediately. And if all of that feels...
Well, that's so funny to do when we have like a tuberculosis outbreak and like the avian flu. That's so funny. Respect.
Overwhelming, arguably that's part of the point. We're constantly flooding the zone with so much.
If I'm not watching it, it's probably not out. Once it comes out, people are just gonna be spamming my chat anyway.
Scatters and confuses your opposition. And there have been 9 straight days of that, but we're gonna make it consumable for right now. So let's start with the 4 executive orders that Donald Trump signed yesterday focused on the military. The order there that's gotten the most attention being the one that paves the way for a ban on transgender troops. Because specifically, the order doesn't immediately ban trans people from serving, but rather it directs the Pentagon to revise medical standards, arguing that the department's policy for troop readiness is, quote, inconsistent with medical, surgical, and mental health constraints on individuals with gender dysphoria. And then adding, many mental and physical health conditions are incompatible with active duty. From conditions that require substantial medication or medical treatment to bipolar and related disorders, eating disorders, suicidality, and prior psychiatric hospitalization. Now with that, something that's very notable and you might be able to see is that this doesn't just apply to trans people. You have experts saying that this list could impact tens of thousands of people with various health conditions depending on how it's interpreted. But the order makes it very clear that trans people are the main intended target here, with it appearing to aim at them in personal terms and claiming that, quote, expressing a false gender identity divergent from an individual's sex cannot satisfy the rigorous standards necessary for military service. With it then going on to accuse trans troops of going against a soldier's commitment to an honorable, truthful, and disciplined lifestyle, even in one's...
Well, wouldn't it be like untruthful if they were like, you know, experiencing gender dysphoria and then like continue to live with that as that like dysphoric gender instead? That would be untruthful.
Personal life, and adding, a man's assertion that he is a woman and his requirement that others honor this falsehood is not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service member. But with all that, it's now being reported that rights groups are already preparing to file a lawsuit against this order, so we're gonna have to wait to see what happens there. And again, that was just one action that was focused on the military that Trump took yesterday. He also signed 2 separate orders directing the Pentagon to end DEI programs and start the process of creating a next-generation missile defense shield for the United States that Trump is calling the Iron Dome for America. Or with that being in reference to Israel's infamous defense system. And then, the final order, it would reinstate and offer back pay to members of the military who were discharged for refusing to get the COVID vaccine as mandated by the Pentagon. Though there, it's unclear right now how many people that's going to impact.
Because again, that's still like dealing with like, I guess he's over the DOJ. Whatever.
Because the Biden administration actually...
Yes, don't you know?
The vaccine mandate 2 years ago. Though we do know just over 100 of the more than 8,000 service members who were discharged have rejoined. Right, so those were the military orders. But then we got to move on to another big piece of Trump administration news, and that being that the White House Office of Management and Budget, right, OMB, they've ordered a pause on federal grants and loans effectively.
I've already mentioned this, but Ethan Sasan might come today. Yeah, it's in the title. So we'll see.
freezing trillions of dollars. And this move was announced in a 2-page memo sent to agencies late last night, with the action set to take effect at 5 p.m. today. And this decision has set off a massive wave of panic and confusion because the memo is incredibly vague and it's really unclear how far-reaching this is going to be or how long it'll even be in place. Right, the memo outlining the move only states that agencies, quote, must temporarily pause all activities related to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance and other relevant agency activities.
Because they need the money. That's why. It's their job.
That may be implicated by the executive orders, including but not limited to financial assistance for foreign aid, non-governmental organizations, DEI, woke gender ideology, and the Green New Deal, with them then ordering all agencies to complete a comprehensive analysis to identify programs, projects, and activities that could go against Trump's executive orders. Though it also doesn't set a date for when the freeze will be lifted, saying only that the agencies need to report their findings to OMB by February 10th, right? And asserting that agencies must keep the pause on grants and loans in place until OMB has reviewed their findings and provided guidance to each agency. And one of the big things there is, that could take a while. We're talking about every single federal agency trying to figure out if many programs that they oversee go against Trump's orders, which is why we're seeing agencies scrambling to try and figure out what this means. And as they do, the pause will disrupt and delay funding that fuels the American economy and serves tens of millions of people, potentially, hundreds. Where we're seeing experts saying the memo could halt tons of essential federal functions, including hundreds of billions of dollars in grants to state, local, and tribal governments, disaster relief aid, funding for transportation, homeless shelters, key programs that help the most vulnerable Americans, and much more. And the thing is, that even includes some projects that directly advance Trump's own agenda, like one that helps state and federal law enforcement counter drug trafficking organizations. But some of the biggest questions here have been,
think that he actually cares about that, which he doesn't. So, like, checkmate, liberal.
And how will this impact Medicaid and food stamps, which together are used by more than 100 million people? Or the memo is that
absolutely off this track. It's starting hot here. Checkmate, liberal.
Absolutely nothing about these essential programs, even while specifying that similar ones like Medicare and Social Security would not be impacted. And today, as I was filming this, we saw absolute chaos playing out in real time. When Trump's press secretary was asked whether Medicaid was frozen at a press conference, she was totally unable to answer the question, responding, "I'll check back on that." And she got so messy that the OMB issued another memo to agencies trying to clarify, saying that mandatory programs like Medicaid and SNAP will continue without pause. And then adding, among other programs, there also won't be pauses on funds for small businesses and farmers, Pell Grants for students, rental assistance, and Head Start, which promotes the school readiness for low-income families. With this new memo then also claiming that any program that provides direct benefits to Americans is explicitly excluded from the pause and exempted from this review process. But you also have people saying it's unclear what that means because a lot of federal money that goes to individuals is actually first given to states and organizations that then distribute it. And what's more, despite the new memo's claim that Medicaid won't be interrupted and Head Start wouldn't have funds paused, we saw numerous reports also rental assistance and Head Start will be mandatory programs like Medicaid and SNAP will continue without pause. When Trump's press secretary was asked whether Medicaid was frozen at a press conference, she was totally unable to answer the question, responding, "I'll check back on that." And she got so messy that the OMB issued another memo to agencies trying to clarify, saying that mandatory programs like Medicaid and SNAP will continue without pause. And then adding, among other programs, there also won't be pauses on funds for small businesses and farmers, Pell Grants for students, rental assistance, and Head Start, which promotes the school readiness for low-income families. With this new memo then also claiming that any program that provides direct benefits to Americans is explicitly excluded from the pause and exempted from this review process. But you also have people saying it's
okay, but like, if you operate an organization that then provides help to Americans, like, those funds will be paused, though. You know what I mean? So yeah, any direct assistance to Americans is not paused. But if you have federal funds go into a 501c3 that helps people with, like, rent payments or whatever, that will be paused. So what are we doing? What are we saying?
Clear what that means because a lot of federal money that goes to individuals is actually first given to states and organizations that then distribute it. And what's more,
thank you, Phil. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Precisely. So what are they talking about? This is exactly my situation. I work at an agency that we manage multiple federal grants that assist farmers. Yeah, like, so obviously the answer is they have no idea what they're doing, but like, jeez Louise.
Despite the new memo's claim that Medicaid won't be interrupted and Head Start wouldn't have funds paused, we saw numerous reports to the contrary. Providers who run Head Start programs reported today that they were unable to access federal funds because they lost access to the Federal Office of Head Start's payment site. You also had Senator Ron Wyden tweeting that his staff has confirmed reports that Medicaid portals are down in all 50 states following last night's federal funding freeze, with him then calling the move a blatant attempt to rip away health insurance from millions of Americans overnight and will get people killed. So then with that, we did see Trump's press secretary sharing a statement on X in the afternoon saying the White House is aware of.
I will say, you can still go to the emergency room and get medical care because there is a duty for providers to give you care regardless of whether or not you have or can cover it. But it will affect people's ability to pay for it in the future. So if people think that they're not going to get care because they don't have Medicare because it's paused, they end up not going to get the care that they need. That could lead to deaths as well. But you should still go regardless.
Of the Medicaid website portal outage. We have confirmed no payments have been affected. They are still being processed and sent. We expect the portal will be back online shortly. And I mean, you've got experts saying that this will have a whole other host of sweeping ramifications with, for example, the chief executive of the National Council of Nonprofits saying in a statement, from pausing research on cures for childhood cancer to halting food assistance, safety from domestic violence, and closing suicide hotlines, the impact of even a short pause in funding could be devastating and cost lives. And then claiming this order could decimate thousands of organizations and leave neighbors without the services they need. So the potential impact could be absolutely astronomical, but also there's a question about the legality. Because you see, the Constitution grants the power of the purse to Congress, which has already approved these funds and directed where they go. And so you have budget experts saying that while the president is generally allowed to freeze spending for a period of time, certain conditions must be met first. For example, Trump would have to specify which budget accounts are frozen and he has to have certain justification, with one expert even saying that pauses over policy disagreements are not legal, which is also why we've already seen lawsuits being filed challenging this freeze and Democrats widely decrying this move as illegal. With this, including Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, who tweeted,
Trump, how much of this presidency is just going to be like Trump doing something, Democrats being like, that's illegal, and then like a judge ruling it as illegal, and then it going to the Supreme Court and then being ruled as fine? Probably all of it, honestly.
Holding all the nation's hospitals and vital services hostage to seize power from Congress and hand it over to billionaires. And adding, we must state the truth. This is a constitutional crisis. It's a massive illegal.
Hey, all I can say is that at some point during this presidency, Donald Trump will be the oldest person to hold the office. So, you know, 4 years maximum, not minimum. You know what I mean?
Power grab that the House and Senate have a sworn duty to stop. And so all that.
Yeah, but JD Vance does not have like Trump's, you know what I mean? I don't think JD Vance is going to do what Trump is doing now. He won't be signing these executive orders like Trump is signing them now. Trump has zero care about the Constitution and it is flagrantly against the rule of law. JD Vance would be like would listen more to like people being like, I don't know if you can do this. I don't know if you'd be down to do this. And he'd probably be too, you know what I mean? To actually push through this stuff. Right?
Probably the biggest pieces of news, at least for now, but there are also two other things I want to quickly hit on. The first is that the Justice Department, under new management, announced yesterday that it's fired more than a dozen officials who worked on the two special counsel investigations into Donald Trump, with the DOJ saying in a statement that Acting Attorney General James McHenry informed the
I love getting a directive to work on on the special counsel against Trump just to be fired by your boss telling you that you're going to work on this other thing. Like, it's like your boss giving you an assignment. Hey, you're going to get an assignment to work on a shutdown button to kill all operations. Okay, you do that assignment, then they turn around and be like, hey, whoever worked on that last assignment, you're fired. It's like your fault. You were just told to go to work at that assignment. Like,
employees that he, quote, does not trust these officials to assist in faithfully implementing the president's agenda. And in a letter sent to the fired officials that was obtained by the Washington Post, McHenry explicitly referenced Trump's repeated claims that the Biden administration weaponized law enforcement to undermine Biden's political enemies. But also here, we saw experts saying that this is actually exactly what Trump is doing with this move, going after his perceived opponents. But this, as they argue, it's not just political, saying that this move violates civil service protections for non-political employees and contradicts decades of civil service law that says employees can only be fired for misconduct or bad performance, not doing their jobs as directed. With, for example, Greg Brower, a U.S. attorney during the George W. Bush administration, saying that this move was totally unheard of and adding, "This is unprecedented given the career status of these people, which makes them not subject to dismissal by the president and the apparent lack of any cause that the department has been able to articulate." So this is really notable, and while there have been and will continue to be a lot of firings as Trump continues his transition to power, these are distinctly different, which is also why it's so important to flag. But then, the final thing that I want to touch on in this batch is that the Trump administration has now asked CDC officials to stop working with the World Health Organization and cut off all communication. And this move comes 1 week after Trump issued an order beginning the process of withdrawing from the WHO. Still, you had experts saying this new demand, it comes as a surprise because Trump's order didn't take immediate effect, instead just kicking off the process. And what's more, there are several things that need to happen before the United States can leave the WHO. First and foremost, Congress actually has to approve the decision, and the United States also needs to provide a 1-year notice and meet its financial obligations for the fiscal year. So the sudden shift seems to go against the expected timeline, and one expert even said, stopping communications and meetings with WHO is a big problem. People thought there would be a slow withdrawal. This has really caught everyone with their pants down, and adding that talking to WHO is a two-way street, because both agencies are in contact daily and benefit from collaboration on tests, treatments, and outbreaks. Which is also why you have others arguing that this sudden move, it poses a number of direct health threats, including setting back investigations trying to stop various viruses and monitoring bird flu outbreaks. But yeah, that is where we are for now on all of those fronts. You know, because this is, yes, a news show, but I also want it to be a conversation. I'd love to know your thoughts and opinions here. Also, if you or someone you know are being impacted by the things that are happening here or potentially going to be impacted, I'd love to hear from you in those comments especially. But then,
gosh, that's that. Sorry, I don't know why that happened. I know maintenance of low-income housing in rural Midwest, so we did a memo that funding has been frozen, and the only operating budget we have is our reserves and rent, which obviously isn't much. Now, if these old people on Social Security have an emergency, there's a good chance they won't get help because the man who voted for it did because the man they voted for did what he said he would. But this literally is what he's read on. He hates blind people. Yeah. Oh, hate blind people, not he hates blind people, which he probably does too. But yeah. Is it misaligned? No, I think it's pretty aligned. Maybe go back a tad bit. It's aligned. Oh, this isn't aligned.
And switching gears to a drastically different story, much lower stakes, but it's gotten a lot of attention. Let's talk about this woman, Deja Blandick, right? She's suing Lyft, and it's got the internet divided, so let's talk about her. So Deja, also known by her rapper name, Dank DeMoss, or more simply, Big Dank, is a musician in Detroit who, and this is relevant to the story, weighs nearly 500 pounds according to the Express Tribune. And so the way the story goes is that earlier this month, she ordered a Lyft ride to a Detroit Lions watch party, but when the driver arrived in his sedan, he apparently told her that he couldn't let her inside, and that's when she started filming.
Yeah, I got no space at my car is small.
I can fit in this car.
But believe me, you can.
Yes, I can.
Believe me. So, I'm sorry.
With the man then saying that his tires were tired, seeming to imply that he didn't think they could support her weight, with him then telling her that he'd cancel the ride so she wouldn't be charged and suggesting that she order a larger vehicle instead.
Why, I don't never have to order an Uber XL.
I'm really sorry.
So then, Blanding posts that video to TikTok and Instagram where they then go viral and get picked up by several news sites. And with that, we saw her saying that she wanted to spread body positivity and show what larger people have to go through. She also posted an image showing the weight limits for different car models, reporting to prove that the one that she ordered could have picked her up. And then she added that the experience was humiliating and she had chosen to take a mental health break. But now, like I said, she has taken it a step further. She has filed a lawsuit against Lyft for discrimination. And
this is not going to work. It's not. Like, I'm surprised that she has attorneys that tell her that this might work. It won't work, right? Lyft being having individual like contractors specifically to protect themselves from liability in this way. Like that's why they have independent contractors in the first place. You know what I mean? It won't work. It's not going to. is not going to be a thing.
With that, you had her attorneys telling Fox News that
she can't sue the driver. You know what I mean? She can't sue the driver. There's no grounds to the driver either.
Is a protected characteristic in Michigan.
It would be no different than a driver.
The driver is not like a business, particularly. The driver is an independent contractor. You feel me? This is not gonna work. DJ Mule, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raider. This is a real raid. I recognize DJ Mule's name. This is not one of the fake raids. This is a real raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you all are doing well. We're watching Phil DeFranco getting a baseline for the news before we start talking about freaking Asmongold again. I hope you had a good stream. You strong to the ads? Well, they rated after the ads, so there's a good chance they don't see the ads, but like, not around as far as I know. W. You know how heavy the car is. She'll be fine.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Lyricats just subscribed. 1 year. Frogan LETSGOSDABYO Morn and Sean. Morn chat.
Oh, okay. Lyricats, thank you for the 12-month resubscription. Happy birthday, W, 12 months. Much appreciated. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. If it was Dave Blunt, it would have been a different story. Is Dave Blunt still alive? He just kind of like disappeared.
You know, I don't want to have black people in my car, or I don't want to have Christians in my car, or Muslims in my car. It's the same. Under the law, it's the same.
And it's
but
unclear.
even then, I don't think you can sue for that. Not a Lyft driver, right? A taxi company, yes. Taxi drivers are employees of taxi companies, right? Therefore, if you sue the driver and you sue the company, they're, as a company, beholden to anti-discrimination laws. The problem is, this is the personal vehicle of somebody who is an independent contractor of a company. And so I think Lyft is protected from liability against what their independent contractors do, and the independent contractor is not beholden to like anti-discrimination laws based upon the because they're not employees. And so I don't think she has a case here. I don't think a black person would have a case if a racist was like, no black people in my car. Maybe the court of public opinion would be like, expose this guy, and then Lyft would ban their account or whatever, like that maybe, but there's no case. There's no case, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. Right, and I will say, not even like letting her attempt to get in the car is wild. Right, and like most fat people understand that, like, if they are put in the position where like they're making other people uncomfortable, they'll be like, okay, I'm just gonna cancel the ride, I'm gonna move on or whatever. But like, you're not even like allowing her to try to get in the car. You're like, sorry, my car too small for you. You are too fat for the car. Goodbye. Like that's kind of insane. You know what I mean? I think Lyft should have an anti-discrimination policy for independent contractors. I mean, they might, but again, who knows? Yeah, Lyft driver is not an employee. I work for a similar company. Make sure to express a distinction when you're discussing our drivers. There's a problem with gig corps. They are designed like this for a reason, and the fact that the U.S. didn't act on it sooner is a total abandonment of the regulatory state. The problem is that they tried. There were instances where like certain state laws tried to make drivers employees, like Prop 22 in California, that failed. That's why they're still contractors. You know?
Whether this happened before or after the lawsuit, but Lyft replied to Blanding on Instagram writing, "We're disheartened to look at this driver's unacceptable behavior. Please DM us at your earliest convenience for additional support. We'd like to address this as soon as possible." But as of right now, it's unknown whether she's been in contact with them, though she did give an interview to Fox in which she explained her perspective.
I've been in cars smarter than that. You know, as I'm walking, I see him like making faces or whatever. I'm like, oh man. The kicker part was when he started to talk about his tires. You know, I feel like that was a slap in the face. That was like my tires. You know, like I just want them to know, like, it really hurt my feelings.
And so with all this, depending on where you go online, there have been drastically different reactions to the news, which is why with that, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below. And then we'll get back to more news in just a moment. But first, I'm too busy. It'll heal on its own. I don't know which doctor to go to. Does any of that sound familiar? Because trust me, we've all been there, right? Booking a doctor's appointment can feel overwhelming and honestly, just a pain. And what about when you book an appointment, but it's 6 months from now, like not helping with the pre-existing procrastination? But a big thanks to our sponsor, ZocDoc. They make this entire process, dare I say, painless. And seriously, in addition to them sponsoring the show, I actually use them and you should too. I mean, stop putting off your health. Especially because ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 100,000 doctors across every specialty, from mental health to dental, primary care to urgent care, and more. You can search by location, availability, and insurance, and there is no compromise here because you've got more options than you know. Right, plainly put, ZocDoc helps you find and book doctors from family physicians to specialists who prioritize your health and let you know up front if they take your insurance. Plus, ZocDoc appointments happen fast, like typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. You could even score same-day appointments. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/Phil to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Phil. One more time to remember.
There isn't. In my personal opinion, it doesn't exist. Right. You can maybe get Lyft for like not having their policies clearly defined for plus size people. Like if Lyft does not dictate a weight limit, then like a driver should not be allowed to turn somebody away, right? Because if you order a car with the expectation that you're going to, you know what I mean? You're going to, get a ride, and they deny you with the expectation that like Lyft saying you should get the ride, or you should get this ride, then, maybe that's something there, but like I don't know. We will see.
ZocDoc.com/Phil. But then moving on to other news. If you've been thinking about buying a new phone, PC, gaming console, pretty much anything with a chip, I'd recommend buying it now. And that because President Trump announced this yesterday.
Phil DeFranco pushing consumerism onto his audience. Can you believe that?
In the very near future, we're going to be placing tariffs on foreign production of computer chips, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals to return production of these essential goods to the United States of America. They left us and they went to Taiwan, which is about 98% of the chip business, by the way.
With Trump then going on to say that such a tariff would start at 25%. And right, this is one of those things that every American is going to feel unless you're like Ted Kaczynski living in a cabin in the middle of the woods. Almost anything with electronics that involves microchips in some way, and most of those are made in Asia. Right, the DRAM and NAND flash spaces are dominated by Korea's Samsung and SK Hynix alongside the Japanese firm Kioxia. Also, for those out there going, what the fuck did you just say? Those are types of chips that are needed for any type of computer. That's all you really need to know from that sentence. But the real concern is how expensive semiconductors from TSMC are going to become. They're based in Taiwan, and it is impossible to understate how important they are for tech. Like, look at the closest tech thing to you, which is probably your phone. It has TSMC parts. Your computer, your laptop, TSMC. TV or monitor, probably TSMC stuff in there. Even things that you wouldn't consider techie, like toaster? Your car, it's filled with TSMC components. And that might come as a surprise to you because, it's definitely not one of the big tech names that most people would recognize. And the reason for that is because TSMC doesn't sell their stuff to you or me. Instead, their stuff is what makes products from companies like Apple, Nvidia, AMD, and Intel possible. In fact, TSMC is so important that their CEO said they would make their foundries inoperable rather than give them to China if there was ever an invasion. But then with all that said, it brings to the question of, well, then why is Trump even floating this tariff plan for chips, pharma, and steel? Well, the short version is that Republicans think that it'll boost domestic productions, especially in these industries, which are arguably national security concerns. And notably, that's something that both Republicans and Democrats actually agree on because the Biden administration was also working on boosting our production. That said, one of the key things here is that the two sides heavily disagree on how to do it. We saw Biden sign the CHIPS Act, which set aside $280 billion to help build chip foundries and manufacturing centers here in the US. However, we're seeing Republicans disagree with the approach, with Trump saying yesterday,
we don't want to give them billions.
We still need the foundries to be built. You know what I mean? Factories still need to produce the stuff. So like, how do you disagree with building factories? You're going to tariff them for what? To build the factories, Like, what are you talking about?
Billions of dollars like this ridiculous program that Biden has. Give everybody billions of dollars. They already have billions of dollars. They've got nothing but money, Joe. They didn't need money. They needed an incentive. And the incentive is going to be they're not going to want to pay a 25, 50, or even 100% tax.
Even if that's the case, if you're going to tariff them, you also have to do price caps. You know what I mean? Like, if you're like, okay, they already have billions of dollars, which I agree with. They do have billions of dollars. They have a lot of money. Cap the prices and force them to build the factories in America. That way it's not pushed off onto consumers and you still get your factories. Like, if you just, like, tax them, essentially, they're just going to raise the price of the product and the consumers are just going to be paying more. Which is what's going to happen. You know what I mean?
They're going to build their factory with their own money. We don't have to give them money. They're going to come in because it's good for them to come in. They're giving them money. They don't even know what they're going to do with it.
Now, notably here, it seems like the major tech companies did have a plan on what to do with the money from the CHIPS Act, despite Trump's claims. Right? Intel is working on new facilities across the U.S., while TSMC is opening a $12 billion foundry in Arizona. And then all of that, it brings us to the next question of, well, what will the end result of all this be? And there, it appears like in the short term, costs would rise dramatically. Almost every company uses foreign chip makers.
What a surprise. I'm not even an economist. I could have told you that.
In some capacity, and costs to import the products are just going to be passed down on to consumers so that Apple, Nvidia, and other companies can maintain their margins. But in the long term, who really knows? There are arguments that increased domestic production will make it so that American-made chips are as competitive as foreign ones in American markets.
I don't care. Bro, this idea to be like, oh, I need a chip because it's American-made is stupid. I don't care. Give me my treats. I want iPhone 35, please. That's what I want, right? So long as Americans have jobs and can afford things that are within the cost of living, I don't care if they're also making chips. You know what I mean? Chip manufacturing in America is good so long as there are union jobs that provide more jobs to Americans. But besides that, I don't care what the product is, American or not American. I don't care about the chips in the bag, bro. Exactly. Tariffs are much larger than the Chinese post-tariff margins. The Chinese can't even share much of the impact, even if they cut profits. What Phil's talking about here is about like American margins, right? And that like the tariffs will increase, which means the price of the goods and being imported from, Taiwan is going to increase as well. Therefore, Apple will increase not just by that margin, but by maybe double that margin to be able to sell products, maintaining and increasing their margin year over year. And that's what American companies do, baby.
But at the same time, protective tariffs like this have happened in the past and they were devastating. It limits trade, and according to groups like the Semiconductor Industry Association, production in the US and Asia, it's not a one-to-one comparison. They're saying that making chips in the US is flat out more expensive. Salaries are far higher, cost to build factories are higher, cost of raw materials are higher. And so taken all together, it would mean that for a domestic chip to cost the same as a foreign one, some kind of tariff would have to stay in place, which in fact is something that TSMC has also said when talking about its new Arizona facility. But then the counter argument to that is if domestic production leads to innovation and the US becomes
and
a powerhouse.
It doesn't, by and large. There's no evidence that Americans actually do any innovation, and more it's just they, co-opt and steal current innovations and market it as something different, which they've always done consistently. But continue.
Chip maker, it could mean that the best chips come from the United States and it cascades from there to balloon the industry. There's also, I will say, the national.
But like, it doesn't. It never has. Not necessarily. Perfect example, AI. We thought America was innovating AI until China made it cheaper. A lot cheaper. And just as good. You know what I mean? And then they undercut the entire industry. We got electric vehicles. We looked at Tesla. We looked at freaking Audi, other electric vehicle services, Porsche. They're like, oh, we're making electric vehicles. And China made EVs cheaper and just as good, undercutting the entire industry, which is why there were insane tariffs on it, right? The problem is we are looking so much for something to be like American made or whatever, that we're not arriving at a position where like we're actually bettering society. We're actually making society worse just so that America could be the best. We're dragging society down so that America can be marginally above it, instead of allowing a society to thrive and grow in America, keeping up with that pace. You know what I mean?
security angle. Right? These industries are so important that you need a domestic version just in case some kind of war breaks out and the U.S. is cut off from foreign suppliers. I mean, that's partially why we subsidize farmers.
I mean, maybe don't start any wars. Maybe if we weren't focused on fighting each other and more the betterment of human society, that would be the biggest problem. So let's not start any wars. Why is China a foreign adversary in the first place? You know what? They hate us because they ain't us, because we have freedom. That's why. That's right. America's the best country in the world. They hate us because they ain't us.
Despite the fact that foreign crops would be cheaper without. We live in a world where things can change, boom, like that, and not having our own food supply could be catastrophic. But regarding the chips, right, I do want to hit that everything that we're talking about as far as how this could play out, we really do not know.
I know we have not talked about OTK yet. That's the next section.
Really won't know if this is a win or a loss for years to come, but arguably that is a completely separate thing than how people are going to immediately feel this. Right? In the meantime, prices will go up if these tariffs are put into place, so I guess we'll see how expensive that Switch 2 is about to be.
No, I'm buying the Switch 2 immediately. Can I pre-order it so I have my price locked in?
The most important electronic this year. But then to shift to different news, we need to talk about how
Pause. I do want to check on this.
Public, under a FOIA request, they had to go to court.
Tom Tillis.
They've got a new way of redacting. They don't black things out. They just give you white pages, so you don't even know what they have redacted. So again, I've issued a subpoena now to cover.
South Carolina, this is boring. Is it time? I had to wait 3 months for the Wii when it came out. From a rain check from Fry's. My mom bought us the Wii, and she stood in line all morning during Christmas, like Christmas Eve, or Christmas morning, to bring the Wii home. The Wii. Let's talk about OTK. W mom indeed. Let's talk about OTK.
I love Max so much.
We'll get to academics as well. So, you see the title. You may be asking, why are people mad at OTK? And by people, I mean LSF. What did they do? What did they say? What's going on? Well, we covered this yesterday. We'll cover it one more time. Asmongold said things. Asmongold said things, and people were not happy. Now, I won't spend too much time on Asmongold specifically, because we talked about this yesterday. But I want to talk about the rest of OTK's reaction and talk about a concept that I think is relevant and important. So, if you don't know, this is the context. With Trump in office, Tom Homan, who is the border czar for Trump, overseeing a lot of the mass deportations that are going on now, recently did a raid where he brought alongside Dr. Phil. Does anybody have a video of that raid happening? I have to go find it myself. Dr. Phil. Oh, he posted it. Okay, no worries. He posted it himself.
What's your name?
Seda.
Seda what? You have a first and last name?
Sam.
Seda Sam?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Where I was born or where I'm from?
Where are you born?
Thailand.
You been deported before from the United States?
No.
Never been deported?
I've been in the system before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been charged with
Charged for it?
before?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna talk about lawyer.
Yeah. Are you a citizen?
My mom's a citizen.
Your mother's a citizen,
Yes.
but you're not?
Nope.
But you've never been deported before?
You Dr. Phil. You got Dr. Phil.
Yeah? How do you know me?
No, I seen Dr. Phil, you know, on TV.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is an example of sanctuary cities, right? We got an illegal alien convicted of sex crimes involving children, and he's walking the streets of Chicago. Again, the downfall, the problem with the sanctuary city, that people like us walking the street rather than local law enforcement working with federal agents. This is what we're dealing with. Yeah. You've been charged with sex crimes with children?
Not really.
Not really?
Or not really.
And never been deported?
Nope.
Huh. Let's take him in and process him, lock him up.
Got it, sir. All right. Is it a transport vehicle? Working on it. Okay.
Bro, he's just hobbling. Look at the way he's walking. Bro, like a light breeze will take him out, bro. Just like we're just like he's off. You know what I mean? How old is Dr. Phil? He's 74. He was born in 1950, dog. He was alive when the black people ain't have rights. It's crazy. Oh, wait, my dad's that old? Wait, really? You know he hated MLK? Yeah, he was freaking 12 years old looking at MLK. He's like, Tooey! Call him a slur. You know what I mean? He's one of those kids in like those, the textbooks where you see like yelling at like Ruby Bridges. You know what I mean? At school. He's like one of them. And now he's like Dr. Phil, I guess. Well, he's no longer really a doctor. Cause he's got his license revoked. I've heard. But yeah. So that's the context of how he got to this person in the first place. Asmongold was doing Asmongold stuff, and he was watching that. And he said this. Twitch streamer Asmongold pitches a content idea about going with border czar Tom Homan on the deportation raids dressed up as Ass Ketchum and streaming these people getting deported. It would be fucking hilarious. Bro, you're just evil. Evil shit, that's inhumane. Easily.
One other thing. So like they're doing this thing with like these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport people, and it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Like, I feel like it's probably at least 5% chance, right? Like, I think I think we're at a 5 to 10% chance that this could happen. Yeah, exactly. That'd be really good content. It would be. And yeah, probably not gonna happen though, but it would be fucking funny. For the love of God, you must try. Yeah, it'd be fucking hilarious. And yeah, your statement about not voting to disadvantage yourself is really blowing up on X with strong support. Well, of course it is. Of course, it's just a logical perspective to have. Now, there's a bunch of emotionally unstable retards on the internet that like to distort reality. But no, of course, I'm not going to vote for somebody who's going to say that someone else is going to have a privilege that I can't have. Why the fuck would I ever do that? That's the most retarded thing you can imagine. So, no, of course, that's like, I mean, why don't I just vote to have somebody shoot me? Like, what is this?
That's what he said. This is what my response was. I was like, Hassan, be careful what you say because you may cultivate a Nazi audience. Asmund, I want to personally deport migrants. It's a little jokey joke. I like it. a funny tweet. Go off, Sean. Whoever this guy is, this guy's so funny. But I'm not going to touch on this that much just because we've talked about this yesterday extensively. What I want to cover today, this is all preamble, this is all lead up. What I want to cover today is the reaction from other OTK members about people being mad at this. And particularly the ones that I saw was Emerus and Mizkifs. I didn't watch Mizkifs yet. And I saw some comments about Emerus, but I don't know. I haven't seen either of those. But I am curious about what they say. And then I have a take on this specifically about why we've arrived at this. Even we can touch on Hassan a little bit too, because I saw this on Hassan Piker's r/Hassan_Piker. I think it makes an interesting take, an interesting position, and I want to talk about why, how we've arrived here, and why people seem to be, like defending, or maybe not defending Asmongold, but kind of like how Asmongold kind of gets away with saying the things that he says, like why that's the case. Okay, this clip is gone.
Should I also issue an apology for everyone I've ever worked with who said something that's obviously shitty? And I have to just, like, destroy people's jobs because of it? Yes? Okay, yeah. That seems fair and reasonable.
Not a very long clip. But I am curious about what Mizkif's take is as well. Okay, is this clip also gone, bro?
Dude, take a seat. I have some bad news for you.
Bad news? What is the bad news?
I think you're gonna get deported.
Me? Why?
Talk to Asman. Oh, fuck. He wants to react.
He wants to react to me getting deported.
Yeah.
Couldn't we find someone else instead?
It's gotta be him.
No, it gotta be him. Can't we can deport Hassan instead? That would be way
Hassan gets mentioned. Okay, that's pretty funny.
bigger news than me.
That's what the last person said that got deported. I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. Sorry, dude. Yeah. I'll take the Camaro.
Can you buy it?
Isn't making fun of Asman here? You can make an argument that he's like making fun of Asman, but like knowing what Asmongold said here, like what people are upset about and why people are mad, by and large, is the fact that what Asmongold said here is bad, right? It's horrifically bad. These are people. These are real people's lives that are being affected. These are families being torn apart, right? You have people who've been in this country since they were like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, who are now like 20 years old, who didn't even commit a crime. They were just next to somebody who potentially committed a crime, and they were picked up and thrown into the wagon and deported to a country in a place where they don't speak the language and they don't know anybody, because they just happen to be at the wrong place at the right time, right? And seeing a Twitch streamer saying that that would be good content to watch people's lives be destroyed, right? It'd be hilarious. It'd be so funny to go dressed up as Ash Ketchum to go catch them all, talking about real human beings. That's why people are mad at Asmongold, right? And people have an expectation, right, wrong, whatever, have an expectation that if you are in the same organization as Asmongold, right, if he's like the front page #1 on the creator list for OTK, right, it may suck that you are expected to speak on behalf of Asmongold. It may suck that you are expected to like you know, disavow, you know, oh, I disavow the thing Asmongold says this next week or whatever, right? But the reality is that people are going to have that expectation of you because you're in the same organization, right? So that's why people are mad and upset. But that's not even what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is instead, why does it seem like Asmongold gets away with this, right? Why does Asmongold seemingly are able to say such insane things that are so inhuman, and he's like, it becomes like a joke in like the community, something that like, you know, freaking Mizkif shitposts about, right? Because he's white? Not necessarily. Like that's not the only reason. I'm sure like the privilege, like white privilege, does have a play in that. He has money. Again, that's part of it. But there have been like white people with money in the Twitch ecosystem that have been called out or whatever, right? I think it goes deeper than that. And I think it goes into a concept of something that I've talked about and I've coined called, again, the thin purple line. Being in an org gets a person a part of a positive when a fellow member are light. So it makes sense, in my opinion, it would be it's a hit to the reps when a org mate does something, does bad stuff too. You have to establish the careers that he is a friend. I get it. It can still be grossed out by that. And it doesn't just extend to the people in the org. And this is why I wanted to bring up this Hassan Piker post on Reddit. Asmongold is your competition now, not Ben Shapiro. Props to this chatter who said this to Hassan. When is Hassan going to recognize that this? When is Hassan going to recognize this and stop handling Asmon with kitty gloves? Asmon is now one of the biggest conservative content creators on the internet. When is Hassan going to treat him like the same way he treats the likes of Shapiro, Crowder, Peterson, etc.? I'm sorry, but there is a clear noticeable difference in the way that he talks to Asmongold compared to other conservative content creators. I'm getting sick of it, right? So this is something that people are talking about. People are noticing, right? And there's a reason why Asmongold is treated a bit. This actually isn't a bad post. Yeah, I think this is a fair take, right? And there's a reason to talk about why Asmongold sort of gets a pass like from either his org mates, from like other streamers, and some people think that he's getting a pass from Hassan, right? Why is that the case? And I think I know why that's the case, which is why I want to talk about it, right? And that is, again, the concept that I've coined.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Z. Miller just subscribed.
Z Miller, thank you for the 11-month resubscription. Much appreciated. It's like how he would treat E, and there's a bit with XQC too. Same thing with Aiden, XQC, and H3. Take some time until the bridges are fully burned. This is a concept that I've explained numerous times called the thin purple line, right? If you know of the thin blue line in policing, right? It's very similar to that, right? There is a level of streamer solidarity that exists. And there's like a level of allowance or give that another streamer has for other streamers. It's not like specific to like Hassan or whatever. It's not even specific to like OCK, right? But there's a level of allowance that streamers have with other streamers because of the concept of like the thin purple line. You know what I mean? And that is because like you see streamers talking about how bad academics is, right? Other streamers calling out how bad academics is and how academics saying this thing to kids is bad and wrong. You'll see streamers clowning on Dr. Disrespect and being, you know, horrific what he's doing. But so streamers will talk about bad things that other streamers do, right? There's this idea that like, you know, streamers just kind of let things slide. But I think that's kind of a mischaracterization. Streamers don't let things slide. Streamers will talk about bad things that other streamers do in certain regards. And so there has to be a reason why somebody like Asmongold specifically kind of gets a lot of leeway with the things that he says. And it becomes separate from like, oh, if you associate with that person, you know, you're a bad person. Like people who associate with Dr. Disrespect will get clowned on for associating with Dr. Disrespect, right? People who associate with academics will get clowned on for associating with academics, right? But people who associate with Asmongold, it's how am I expected to, apologize for everything somebody says? You know what I mean? Even like within the org, people who associate with like Rich Campbell, right? People don't associate with Rich Campbell. You feel me? Rich Campbell's like not a part of the space. But people do associate with Asmongold. People still like defend Asmongold, right? Why is that? And the reason why that is because of the thin purple line. A lot of people don't want to make enemies of somebody who is not already an enemy, right? There's a reason why people will understand that something is bad, like Destiny, for example. People in general had a concept that Destiny is not good, but it took Destiny being specifically called out very publicly for a very reprehensible thing for people to break their association with him in order to call him out for the bad things that he has done in the past, right? But before that becomes very publicly known about or acknowledged, Destiny kind of gets away with the bad stuff that he's done, and right, and the people around Destiny will defend him for that bad stuff until it publicly comes out, and then they can no longer associate with him. You know what I mean? And that's the concept of like the thin purple line. You feel me? Like Asmongold saying Palestinians have inferior culture is not meaningfully different than the way Asmongold was acting in the past, right? It's not even meaningfully different than what Asmongold is saying here. But you had a lot of people come out against that statement. The first time I thought I saw people, like even close to Asmongold, say, hey, that was wrong. That was incorrect. I disagree with that, right? Because there was public backlash there, right? But if there's not that public backlash, if it has not arrived at the point where like it can then tarnish their reputations, most people kind of let it slide. And the reason why you do that is you don't want to be the person known for calling out other streamers, right? For the most part, you don't want to be the person who is known about doing call out posts to other streamers or being, you know what I mean? Being toxic, being drama related or whatever. You don't want to be known as that. And so because people don't want to be known as that, you end up allowing, you don't want to be the friend who's too woke. You feel me? Even if somebody is doing something that you think is reprehensible, you disagree with, you're not going to publicly call that person out. You're not going to publicly hold them accountable because you don't want a reputation of being somebody who stirs the pot or somebody who doesn't play ball, right? Because there's an expectation in streaming culture that if you call out somebody for doing something bad, you might call out me for doing something bad. So why would I, as another streamer, associate with you if you are known for calling out people doing bad stuff, right? Especially if you're supposed to be their friends. Like, oh, you're friends of Asmongold and you call out Asmongold for doing the bad stuff that he does? You're a snake friend, and now you're kind of being cut out of the streaming space, right? You're not going to be invited to events as much. You're known as being a toxic drama farmer when you are calling out the bad things that people do, right? And so there's a level of allowance that other streamers, other large streamers get when you are also a large streamer, because it's kind of like a mutually assured destruction thing, right? And so that's why you see other people kind of be wary to, you know what I mean? I think Emrose should apologize for something a coworker did, but if she's going to entertain discussing it, she can at least say that she doesn't agree with him and end it there. I think that if you are in a space with somebody, if you are, okay, take Asmongold out of it. There's a lot of words for saying people play politics. I mean, that is what it is. Yes, people do play politics, right? Take Asmongold out of it. imagine if somebody was like friends with freaking Nick Fuentes. You know what I mean? Imagine it's not Asmongold, but imagine it's Nick Fuentes. I think people have a right to expect you, as somebody they watch, to explain why you're hanging around Nick Fuentes when Nick Fuentes is saying the things that Nick Fuentes says. You feel me? And so I don't think it's outside of the realm of normalcy, or I don't think it's unacceptable for somebody to expect somebody they support to explain why they are around somebody that they don't support. Right? And that's for that audience to decide. If you're fine with your streamer being friends with somebody you disagree with, who am I to say you can't watch that streamer? Right? But if you are somebody saying, I want somebody that I support to at least share my moral values, and you being friends with Nick Fuentes is not sharing my moral values, I think you have a right to at least look for that explanation. And then if you don't get something that is up to your standards, to leave that community, that space. You feel me? I wouldn't want my podcast co-host or co-worker in my org to be a Nazi. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But that's why I think we've arrived at this position wholesale. And what I've just talked about here is separate from, I think, Hassan's position. Where's it at? So here. Right? Because I think that this is, there's some fairness here. And I think there's a little bit of contextualization for how Hassan arrived at this position, just because I think that there is a slight difference between like somebody in OTK running defense for Asmongold and Hassan, right, using kitty gloves on Asmongold to try to do outreach to him, explain what he's saying is wrong, and try to walk back his audience. I think there's a slight difference there, but I do understand, I do acknowledge that there may be people in the audience who don't like that fact. And I think that's entirely fair as well. I think it's smart for OTK to further distance themselves from him. Guilty by association rule still applies for some viewers. The problem is that Asmongold is like the third largest English-speaking streamer in the world. You know what I mean? Like, it's very simple to say, oh, just kick Asmongold out of OTK, right? It's not as simple as that. And I will acknowledge that. It's not as simple as kick Asmongold out of OTK. Asmongold is the third largest streamer in the organization, in the world, right? Again, there's a reason why he's the first person on the list for the creators. He's a very large streamer, an insanely large streamer. And so I get, depends on what's important to you, I guess. I mean, yeah, if it's about specifically losing somebody who pulls in like 50,000 average viewers, who's the second? I mean, you can check. I think it's pretty, it changes a bunch as well. Channels, English. Oh, okay. Right now it's Cadril. But like Cadril, Asmongold, and Kaisenat kind of like fluctuate from there. Soda Poppin' pops in every now and then. These three are pretty heavily up in the top streaming list, but it shifts every month or so. You know what I mean? It's crazy. He's bigger than Hassan in the streaming bubble. But it's Cadril. Cadril does like League of Legends watch parties and stuff. Public perception matters. At the end of the day, we all acknowledge this at one time or another. It's almost the only thing that matters. Not necessarily. Yes, public perception is important, but pulling in people and eyeballs matters more to sponsors, right? Sure, public perception matters to sponsors and stuff, but the problem is that the problem is that sponsors want eyeballs on their products. They do. And so if sponsors can get away with somebody who's, you know, a bit precariously supported, who says things every now and then, so long as that person can skirt under the radar for like getting caught up in like you know, national news, sponsors may let it slide. so long as they're bringing in enough eyeballs so it doesn't matter. You know? I mean, the public as a whole agrees on something. It's hard to change their mind. Take Biden, for example. Once everybody thought he was senile, it was Jover. I don't know how that relates to the Asmongold conversation. He isn't a brand risk yet. As less that he's not a brand risk yet, he's not, like, it's not gotten to a point where it's affected his, you know, his viewership. I mean, the idea still stands. OTK will be fine without him. He would be fine without OTK. Separation allows viewers to support one without inadvertently supporting the other. I think you're misunderstanding just how large Asmongold is, right? Like, I don't care how big your organization is, minus 50,000 viewers is insane, right? Like, it's very hard to know without seeing his metrics, but how many people of Asmongold clicks on the links that he says to click on? Like OTK sponsorships, right? Or how many viewers watch OTK events because of Asmongold's association with OTK? I don't know. I don't have those numbers, but it's a lot of people. It's an insane amount of people. Again, he's #2 English-speaking streamer in the world currently right now. That's not an easy thing to separate from. And the organization itself will take a hit if he leaves. It will. It will. Right? Tectone is one thing. Tectone is not a small streamer by any metrics, right? But like losing somebody who averages like 5,000 to 6,000 viewers is different than losing somebody who averages 50,000 viewers. Like Adidas losing Yeezy. Honestly, kind of worse because Adidas is already a international brand, right? Adidas has the capital to get somebody else to be the spokesperson. It's a bit different. I think as long as he gets money from Twitch subs and stuff, he'll keep entertaining the sycophants in his audience with these horrendous takes. I don't even think he cares about Twitch subs and stuff. Right? I don't think it's anything like superficial like that. I think it's mostly just he goes live and he talks about whatever's on his mind. You know what I mean? And his audience will come in and give their takes and he'll scroll through his Reddit. And then he'll formulate his opinions on the fly, and that's how you arrive and you at the positions that you see. There's no forethought here. You know what I mean? There's no like Asmongold's not reading like Nazi theory or anything. You know what I mean? He's not like listening to like Jordan B. Peterson videos or Ben Shapiro videos when he goes to sleep. He wakes up, he formulates his thoughts live on stream, and that's how he arrives at these positions in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. If your arm is bitten by a zombie, you only have so long to amputate it before it infects the rest of your body. I feel like Asmon attracts that reinforces the worst views is toxic for the whole org. There's truth to that as well. You know what I mean? There is truth to that as well. And that is what, again, that's my tweet is about. What Hassan was saying, that like Asmongold will cultivate a Nazi audience if he keeps doing stuff like this, like directly. If he's just saying, hey, it'll be funny if I go personally deport migrants, it'll be so funny, great content, right? You're going to craft an audience of people who want to watch you deport migrants. You know what I mean? Like, this is very close to like Lawrence Southern like going on a raft and shooting fireworks at a migrant ship, like at a migrant raft, trying to sink it. Like, it's not that far off from that. And Lawrence Southern is a fascist. She's a white nationalist. So if you continue to entertain this audience, that's the audience you're going to grow, and you're going to make the people, the normal people, actually in your audience, you know, you're going to turn them off, and you're going to cultivate an audience of just people who want to see this type of content, right? And he goes, Bandit's fans were being omega toxic in Nick's chat. We didn't arrive at fascism because the majority of Americans are ideological committed Nazis. We got here because people come to Nazi ideology organically. The fact that this is one thing that they still want to get out into the world is wild. Not really. It's content. You know what I mean? He's still a streamer. He still likes content, right? But bringing it back to what I was saying, that's the reason why I think you'll see like jokes from Miskiff, or like you'll see like Emeru being like, why do you expect me to apologize for everything that people around me say? You know what I mean? Like that's why you've arrived at this position. Why it seems like there is not really anybody calling out Asmongold. You would think, you would really think the third largest streamer on the platform, right, would have more people to call out when they say things like this. There have been smaller people who've said a lot less worse things, right, who've been called out by the majority of the platform. You know what I mean? These Emerald's chat at least has a higher expectation. No, they're joking. I'm pretty sure. I don't think they're actually being like, yes, I expect that from you. I think they're just being like, yeah, they totally expect that from you. As like a kind of like a meme. Like, hard to know because I don't have the full VOD, but like, can this person be like twit longer win? Like it's like a meme. It's a bit. He's not streaming on his main because it was giving a lot of anxiety and a lot of ghost behavior. His alt-right views were exemplified. Probably on his main channel, he switched to his all in the mood, those type of people that stress him out, and now he's making the content again for them directly. It's confusing. And ironically, I think that a lot of people becoming more reactionaries on the shoulders of the over media, being so smarmy and weaponizing aesthetics to incredibly hollow manner. I don't necessarily think that it's primarily like the smarminess of liberals that are pushing people to become Nazis. You know what I mean? I just don't think that that's true. I think that people have their own biases, and reactionary media does a good job capturing them. Not saying that like liberal media not capturing them, you know, doesn't hurt, but it, you know, I think it's mostly the fact that right-wing reactionary media like appeals to the biases of people. Like Asmongold saying, I would never vote for somebody who's saying that I get a disadvantage, right? Is him doing exactly what reactionary media does. It's him appealing to the innate biases of this audience that he's crafting. That's saying, yeah, as a white guy, I don't think, like, they're trying to oppress us. They're trying to oppress us. Like, it's like, it's that. And I think that's what pushes people towards it being, arriving at reactionary views. Politics is such a disconnected world from the average person up until now that his comments are just equated as internet drama until anything serious to anyone not invested in this. Very sad. Yeah. And I think that's why, like, Emeru's take of, like, why do you expect me to speak on everything that Asmongold is doing or whatever comes from, because he views as like, oh, Asmongold just said, you know, Asmongold just said, like, gamer words now. Again, like, it's just normal Asmongold stuff. When, like, it's fascist rhetoric. Right? I think another part of it past the thin purple line is that people just don't want to get involved in politics. And so they see the thing that Asmongold's saying, they see that as politics. They see the thing that Hassan's saying, they see that also as politics. And they're just like, okay, well, let's just separate politics from the streamers themselves. Like, we can still be friends and just disagree politically, even though the thing that Asmongold is saying has negative ramifications on, you know, the humanity of people. How do we fix this? What does the streaming community need to do to prevent growth of these types of audience? You don't. This is completely unavoidable under Trump. This was going to happen. If it wasn't Asmongold, it would be somebody else. You would have seen, like, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens see a resurgence. You would have seen, you know what I mean? Like Theo Von, Aiden Ross, like if it wasn't Asmongold, it would be somebody else. Right? Joe Rogan being emboldened under a Trump presidency. If it wasn't Asmongold, it would be somebody else. So I just thought it's interesting. And I don't think, this is what I say, I don't think OZK is going to drop Asmongold. Also, I do want to point out that the way that the current space of the online space is, we might be being shifted into the minority, chat. There's a lot of people, even like on LSF, who's like anti-Asmongold, saying like Asmongold saying this is unacceptable, but his audience is growing. It's not like he's getting smaller. You know what I mean? it's not like people are, you know what I mean? It's not like people are like, stop watching him or whatever. Like he's growing. He's getting a larger audience. You know what I mean? So no matter how much you want, like, you know, like freaking Will to separate from OTK or S-Fan to leave OTK, like it doesn't really matter. Because it's not like OTK is being materially harmed by the things that Asmongold is saying. At least currently, the Asmongold's number is larger. And people don't really care. Like, it's just not necessarily going to happen. They are, though? What do you mean? Who are what? Like, they are leaving? Like, his audience is leaving? I've been thinking about that, like the cultural value might be shifting to the right. I mean, it is. It's not might be. Like, the Overton window is shifting firmly to the right, and it has been for over a year. You know what I mean? For a few years. The Democrats helped with that. For every one viewer who leaves, two joins. I left, others joined. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said his audience is not getting smaller. If he keeps going through this way, though, wouldn't he eventually say something, get himself permanently banned off Twitch? Probably not. Honestly. When was the last time you see somebody get banned off of Twitch because of like rhetoric? Especially somebody who's like currently the second biggest English speaking streamer on the platform. You know what I mean? Doesn't help. Asmon can deflect and point to other OTK members and says he's not racist. He's above Kai. At least for the last month, he's above of Kai in probably like total views. He just streams like every day. You know what I mean? I don't know how often Kai has been streaming. Kai barely streams, yeah. I mean, if we do average viewers, or if we do average viewers, he's number 4. Kai is still like number 1 in average viewers. We're creating more streaming networks like OTK be something that would help grow these audiences. I'm curious like how much OTK contributes to Asmon's growth rather than vice versa. I don't think OTK contributes particularly to Asmon's growth. Asmon does help OTKs 100%. You know what I mean? But when it comes to creating more streaming networks, I don't think it's going to happen just because I think it's an antiquated streaming model. I don't think like Queso would join a streaming network, and I don't think he would start one. You know what I mean? Like it just is not necessarily a thing that I would see. Right? Kai is a part of AMP, which is like an organic network. It's not really a network, it's just a group of friends. Blackboy Max joined FaZe, so there's that. Hassan's independent, XQC is independent. Can I do like personalities? Your Rage is in FaZe. Tim the Tapman's in something, I think. Saber Ronaldo's in FaZe. Tyler One is, I think, is independent. OTK. Jeez Louise, OTK is kind of holding the monopoly in streaming organizations. He's already massive before OTK. I think they benefit from him more, way more than vice versa. So yeah, not to say Asmon gets nothing out of being in OTK, right? He gets people to defend him. He gets to diffuse his rhetoric out as like jokes. Like Mizkif doing this is a benefit of Asmongold being in OTK. You know what I mean?
You take a seat. I have some bad news for you.
Bad news? What is the bad news?
I think you're gonna get deported.
Me? Why?
Talk to Asmon.
Like, yeah, this directly comes as a result of Asmon being in OTK. It's like it's not like an official benefit. It's not listed on their benefits contract package or whatever, but like his rhetoric being diffused as like a joke or as a meme in the wider streaming landscape, right, comes not just from being an OTK, but being an established streamer. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something unique to like Asmund, right? Like it's like Kai has had his own fair share of like things that he said that was like not great or bad or whatever. Like Kai having a man hanging on stream because of Kai's position as the largest streamer, that gets taken and kind of diffused in the streaming landscape as a meme, right? Now people are memeing and joking about Kai having somebody hanging on stream rather than actually talking about Kai had somebody hanging on stream. You know what I mean? Like, kind of like that. Right, so that's the benefit of like being integrated in the streaming landscape, is the things that you do become like a meme or a joke and it gets diminished as to not being as serious, so that, you know, it runs defense for you. Right, because a lot of people don't want to draw the ire of these extremely large audiences, right? On top of the fact that they don't want to be seen as like starting problems or trouble or whatever. And so they let a lot of things slide. They won't talk about it until it becomes a meme in and of itself, or becomes so large that now they can talk about it. Like Dr. Disrespect, right? Like a lot of people wouldn't touch Dr. Disrespect being Dr. Disrespect until other people started talking about it, until there's like a Mogul Mail video about it, and now people are talking about it, and now people are memeing about it, and now it becomes like a whole thing, right? There's never any serious conversations in the Twitch landscape. You feel me? At least not from the streamers. From the viewers, they'll be like, oh, why did this person say this, or why did this person do this? But the streamers will just meme about it. Like as I made the statement about Palestinians, and then it became a bullet point. Yeah, like that people came out and was like, "Hey, that's not good. Hey, that was pretty bad." But like, if you think about it, chat, think of your favorite streamers. Maybe not your favorite streamers, but like, think of like the streamers, the top streamers in the landscape, and how many of them talked about that. You know what I mean? Most didn't. A lot. Most didn't. Right? Most didn't. Most went live and played their games, right? We talked about it because we care about Palestinian lives. Like Hassan talked about it, right? There were some OTK members that came out and said, hey, that's a bad thing. That's not good. You shouldn't have said that. Most people didn't talk about it though. Did they talk about it? They came out and said it was a bad thing. Right? But like most streamers on the platform didn't like call out Asmongold for saying Palestinians have inferior culture. Right? Even if they believe that that was a bad thing that Asmongold said, because you don't want to be the person starting drama. You don't want to be the person starting trouble. You know? You don't want to be the black sheep, the pariah. I got into watching streamers because of political commentary. Otherwise, it's not for me. I do not enjoy watching other people play video games. I enjoy playing video games. Video games are fun. Most still don't accept the right wing or specifically reactionary streamers. Most still don't accept the right wing or specifically reactionary streamers. He said, I believe whatever you think is right, Hassan, because he had no idea. The reason I wasn't talking about it is because a lot of streamers are afraid of politics that can alienate a large chunk of their audience. And they fear their livelihood being harmed. But that's my point, right? In my opinion, Asmongold saying Palestinians have inferior culture is no more politics than Dr. Disrespect messaging a little girl. You know what I mean? In my opinion, those are the same thing, right? I speak about humanity. I don't speak about politics. I speak about humanity, the humanity of people, right? And if you're going to talk about Dr. Disrespect messaging a little girl, to talk about DJ Academics being weird online, You gotta talk about Asmongold saying Palestinians have inferior culture, saying he doesn't care if they get genocided or not. That's just me though. That's a separate conversation. But that's just what I wanted to speak about it just a little bit. Because it's going to get worse, right? This is not going to be the only time or the first time or the last time Asmongold says something crazy, right? And it just seems like nobody online cares. Like there's an audience being cultivated of extremely reactionary people on one of the largest Twitch streamers in like on the platform, and it kind of just everybody's going like as business as usual, right? And that's the problem. A lot of people don't want to touch politics. People don't want to talk about politics, not understanding that like if these are the people who are coming to Twitch, right? If like Nazis are coming to Twitch to watch Asmongold because he wants to go specifically deport migrants, like personally, when they end stream, or when Asmongold ends stream, where do you think they're gonna go? They're going out to other streamers, bro. And they'll enter your audience. So long as you allow this to grow and fester on the platform, those people are going to stay on the platform and they're going to infest your audience. But I understand most people just don't care. They just want to go live and play video games. They'll just turn off mentions of deportations, you know what I mean? It's not your problem until it is, exactly. Hey, does people view Israel Palestine as politics? Like pre-COVID, I've avoided anything remotely seems like politics, so reward issues to me were politics. So I just ignore it. I started watching Azan in 2020, now we're here. Especially with the raid class and such, chatters are going to spread on Twitch, yeah. I don't know, this is mostly just like me like, kind of ranting. But like I don't see a pathway where this changes, personally. Asmongold is going to continue to grow. And I don't see OTA dropping him. I legitimately, if you're asking my personal idea, my personal what's the word I was thinking for? Opinion. I don't think he's gonna be dropped. I think he's gonna keep talking and yapping. He's gonna keep saying stuff. And that's it. He won't be banned. He won't be well, to be fair, I did have my predictions. These are my goals. I have my prediction somewhere. Was Ethan's nuke? That's not happening. Well, he said he was dropping a nuke at some point. I don't think it's out though. As it will be banned, it's only a matter of time. I don't think so. That'll be permanent. Well, I'm talking about a permanent ban. I don't think he'll be permanent. Maybe he'll get like another like timeout or whatever, but like nothing more than that. But before I move on fully, I do want to touch on this thing about Hassan. I'll read it one more time. Asmongold is your competition now, not Ben Shapiro. Props to the chatter that who said this on to Hassan. When is Hassan going to recognize that this and stop handling Asmon with such kitty gloves? Asmon is one of the largest conservative content creators on the internet. When is Hassan going to treat him with the same way he treats like Shapiro, Crowder, Peterson, etc.? I'm sorry, but there's a very noticeable difference in the way he talks about Asmon compared to other conservative content creators, and I'm sick of it. What do you think Ethan's going to talk about? It's just going to be like everything that we've heard already, distilled into one video. He's going to talk about the Yemeni, the Yemeni kids interview. He's going to talk about showing Nick like the terrorist YouTube video or whatever. He's going to talk about Hassan's Ukraine takes. He's going to talk about Hassan's Maybe he'll bring up like the JDAM thing or whatever that Destiny always brings up. He'll bring up the brothel. This is wrong though. Asmund is a nobody and Hassan is a genuine pundit. That's incorrect. Objectively wrong. Asmund is pulling insane viewerships. Like 50,000 viewers, right? And well, Hassan gets like brought up in like BBC or whatever. Like, it's only a matter of time before Asmund does. Once you pull the numbers that Asmongold is pulling, he's not a nobody. He's the number 3 streamer on the platform. He's 100% not a nobody. Mainstream media will notice eventually. Yeah, and Asmongold is talking about potentially getting involved with Tom. Oh, dude, the borders are. You feel me? Like, and I think he could. I genuinely think he could.
Oh, so like they're doing this thing with like these deportations.
So regardless of how much pull Asmongold has in mainstream media, that is 50,000 people every day watching him that are being influenced by what he says. Right? He has more pull currently in affecting the minds of more people than Ben Shapiro does right now. Mainstream media, Kaiser, nobody. Mainstream media called Kaiser a YouTuber. Twitch is so invisible with normies. Asmund is a nobody. I think you're wrong. I think you're incorrect. His impact, his reach is insane. I'm telling you right now, Asmongold has more, has the power to influence more people currently than Ben Shapiro does. Regardless of what mainstream media says, he has the power to influence more people than Ben Shapiro does. He does. He had 200,000 people watching him during the inauguration. If the mainstream media is talking about Aiden Ross potentially being a voice for the right, Asmongold eclipses Aiden Ross in his influence. He does. He does. Did Hassan recently find out that he he has comparable numbers to MSNBC and stuff, and Asmund has even more than that? He's definitely not irrelevant. Yeah. All I can think about is how much of a bullet was dodged, and Asmongold and Elon won't be besties because the video game cred, despite them both being varying levels of the same goal, which is so parasocial and has a much greater impact on influence than other social medias. Yeah. And if we're going to wait until Asmongold does actually have influence to talk about how the influence that Asmongold has, you know what I mean? At that point, it would be too late. You know what I mean? If you wait for Asmongold to be mentioned in mainstream media, at that point, it's too late. You feel me? His message is already out there. His message is already being talked about, right? And the difference is that Twitch, by and large, is a very apolitical space. People don't like politics. People don't like talking about politics on Twitch. They don't. It's not a thing, right? And the political spaces on Twitch are very insular. It used to just be Hassan, right? And now Asmongold, who already has a very large established audience on Twitch talking about politics, right, is influence, right? And it's very dangerous when he says things like Palestinians have inferior culture, because people listen to that. People hear him say that, right? But there's a right-wing POS and messaged me a few weeks ago asking me if I've ever heard of Asmongold. But he's watching red pill content and falls asleep. He ends on Asmund's vids. I can see Jesse Waters doing face live interview with Asmund on the inauguration. Yeah, like he had 200,000 people watching the inauguration. Right? He's not a nobody. And I think like the defense of Hassan here is the fact that Asmongold is not a nobody. Right? I wouldn't want to read this and be like, oh, let's take down Hassan or whatever, right? I think there is a defensible position for Hassan here because Asmongold is not a nobody and because his audience is so large, right? Playing a little bit nice to get access to that audience to try to walk them back a little bit makes sense to me. You feel me? That makes sense to me. because Asmongold audience is so large, and because he has so much real influence in the way that mainstream media does not yet understand, right? Reaching out to Hassan or to Asmongold to kind of reach into his audience and try to walk back the few people in there that aren't completely off the ledge makes sense, right? Like, he's not trying to change Asmon's mind, he's trying to reach the audience. But I will say, right, and I see that, but I will say that you have to understand that because Asmongold is not a nobody, and because he has a larger audience than Shapiro and Crowder combined, in my opinion, right? Approaching talking about Asmongold, which I think he's been doing a better job now, specifically like yesterday, approaching talking about Asmongold like he's talking about somebody with the reach of Shapiro and Crowder is important, right? Not minimizing Asmongold to being like a nobody, not minimizing Asmongold to just being another streamer who just says some crazy things sometimes, is important to understanding the harm that Asmongold could cause with cultivating the audience that he does. You know? Like that's in my opinion is important. But you can do outreach to his audience, and you could, and I do believe that like Asmongold has a fair opinion of Hassan, right? And you don't want to burn that bridge, so you let that fester on its own over there by itself, right? So I understand and I get not fully burning the bridge, but understanding that Asmongold does very well have a insanely sizable audience, and he is pushing things like this, right, is important to understand so you can actually do meaningful pushback against that. If you view Asmongold as just being like another streamer and this just being inter-streamer drama, right, you're going to be too late once this actually becomes a thing that is a radicalizing force for people. And that's what the Democrats did, and how they didn't understand and realize that Aiden Ross, Theo Von, Logan Paul, Joe Rogan were doing Aiden Ross, Theo Von, Logan Paul, and Joe Rogan stuff. You know what I mean? I'm sure of this. It's crazy. The Overton window is being pushed harder and harder, and I don't know where the stopping point is. I don't know either. I don't. Right? So I think there's nuance here. Right? I think there's nuance here. I do think that there's some truth that I believe personally Hassan can do whatever he wants. How do you treat him with kitty gloves? I don't get it. If you watch Hassan's coverage of Asmongold, he views Asmongold not like a Shapiro or Crowder figure, but as another streamer who might be misinformed, right? And I think that was fine and fair last year. But the thing as not even someone who can be saved, but like more as not fully understanding the influence and impact that that person has, right? Like I think Asmongold and Danger Dave Ball have a very similar mindset of Hassan and Danger Dave Ball have a very similar mindset of Asmon, right? Like that, like, oh, nobody is taking Asmon seriously in mainstream media. He's not that big of a problem, right? And I don't necessarily think that that's true. You know what I mean? I don't. I think understanding that the things that Asmongold is saying as one of the largest streamers on the platform, I think after the inauguration, Hassan has gotten a lot better about this, because I think he is understanding, and he does realize the fact that Asmongold has such a large and reactionary audience, and it's a lot larger than a lot of us thought it was going to be. Like him having like 200,000, 300,000 people watching the inauguration is not something that I would have expected. Right? I knew he was large. I knew he was his audience was reactionary. I know he got a lot of views on his YouTube videos, but him having 200,000, 300,000 live concurrent viewers watching the inauguration is not something that I directly expected to happen either, right? And so I think a lot of us don't necessarily understand how much Asmongold is looked at as a conservative figure. I don't even think Asmongold himself understands how much he's looked at as a conservative think tank figure. Like, more so than Shapiro, more so than Steven Crowder, and in my opinion, even more so than Jordan B. Peterson. He fell off. He fell off. So just understanding the influence that Asmongold does have, right, is important. Because once you understand the influence that he has, and you understand the rhetoric that he shows, right, it will require a bit more or a different approach than just inter-streamer drama. I think Hasan considers the intent where, in the case of Asmon's intent is yapping content, or professional right-wing pundits' intent is to push people to the right and brainwash people. But that's what Asmongold's intent is. You know what I mean? Or actually, no, that's what his impact is. Like, intent be damned, honestly. You know what I mean? There's no way to explain what Asmongold is doing by saying the things that he's doing, regardless of what his intent is. I don't view him any different than I view like Ben Shapiro. Right? Are you saying that Haas could do more to stop the effect of Asmon? I just got into this convo like 5 minutes ago. I'm not giving like a this is what Hasan should do, right? I'm more contextualizing this post and how I think there are points that are made in this post while understanding why or what Hasan is trying to do. Right, to try to figure out what the answer is and how do you deal with somebody like Asmongold, who has a larger audience than Hasan does at this point, and a reactionary fan base that is continuing to grow. And I don't necessarily have an answer. Right? Like, understanding the fact that I understand that dealing with Asmon with kitty gloves to reach his audience. I understand that intent. I understand what's trying to be done there. My question is, how impactful is that when you have somebody who has an audience that is so large as Asmongold is now, and the current impact of that audience is he's cultivating an audience of, like, you know, fascist adjacent people. Like, I understand what that is supposed to be done there, but how useful is that at this current moment? And I don't know. I don't know. Would it be better to treat Asmongold like you treat Shapiro, as a hostile force impeding the left's progress, and as a reactionary brainwashing source for young men, or treating him with kitty gloves to, try to keep that bridge open so you could potentially walk back some of his audience in the future? I don't know. I don't have the answer. That's something, even if I had the answer, it doesn't matter. This is Hasan. Hasan is the person who has to make that decision. I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. I think there's nuance there. It doesn't have to be one or the other. I know you mentioned the thin purple line, why streamers less inclined to beef with other streamers. Isn't Hasan like past that? I think other streamers have worked with him enough to know his character and not blacklist him. What do you mean? Like, I think it applies like to Hasan as well. I think there's a reason why like Hasan, there's a reason why Frogan gets a lot of flack, but Hasan doesn't get that same amount of flack, even though they have similar positions, right? And that's because Frogan has not worked up the goodwill of the thin purple line. Frogan is not a large enough streamer where it doesn't matter. But like Hasan gets the same leeway or similar leeway that like Asmongold gets, and that is because he's such a large streamer, he can get away with saying things that people disagree with because he's such a large streamer, and people don't want to break that thin purple line. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm understanding your question or not. Like Hasan is not exempt from like the thin purple line. What happens when Hasan starts shitting on Asmongold? The goal is to de-radicalize his viewers or make Asmon be seen as a far right adjacent pundit. I think Hasan chooses his moments very carefully. Yeah, but like, why does he do it for Ben Shapiro? Why is he not nice to Ben Shapiro to convert Ben Shapiro's audience? Why is he not nice to Steven Crowder to convert Steven Crowder's audience? You know what I mean? Why does Asmongold get that and Ben Shapiro doesn't, or Steven Crowder doesn't? Unless you view that Asmongold is somehow different than Ben Shapiro, and I don't particularly see it. Asmon will also be pro-LGBT and apologize for saying, I don't care about Palestinians being genocide, Ben Shapiro, and Steven Crowder, whatever. Yeah, Asmongold would say, I'm sorry for, saying this thing about gay people. Also, gay people should not be in video games. You know what I mean? Like, him saying he's sorry for saying something and then turning around and still doing the same thing, in my opinion, is not particularly different. You know what I mean? It's not particularly like, Asmon viewers are more parasocial because he's on Twitch. No one is stating Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder. That's superficial. That's, in my opinion, that's superficial. Because it doesn't matter if you like, if that's the case, if it's the case of like, oh, Asmon's viewers are more parasocial, it would make more sense to talk to Ben Shapiro's viewers, because you can't talk past somebody who's parasocial to a streamer to try to convert their minds. It would be more difficult to convert that person who's Asmongold's viewer than to convert, Ben Shapiro's viewers. Reviving fans and chatters, I imagine it's more likely for Hassan to have Asmon chatters than Shapiro fans. Why? Like, based on what? Especially as his audience changes. If anything, that's just converting Asmon's old fan base that gets pushed out as Asmon keeps being more reactionary. You know what I mean? Because then go after Asmon with that same energy without breaking the harassment policies. What do you mean? Like, anything he says to Ben Shapiro would apply to the same policies. You know what I mean? No, yes. It's the same policies. You can't like harass anybody. There's nothing you can say about another streamer that you can't say about just a public figure as well. If Twitch policies are not restrained to Twitch, if you harass somebody on YouTube, you can still get banned on Twitch. Exactly. I disagree. If he's antagonizing Asmon as he is to Ben, he's 500,000 parasocial chatters and Asmon chatter, they'll go around and say he's a tanky on Reddit. Yeah, but they're already Nazis. That's what you're not getting. You're not understanding. They're already Nazis. They're already saying slurs. They're already saying that freaking Palestinians deserve to die and be genocided. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Do you not see or know who Asmongold's audience is? Have you not watched one of his streams? Do you not know what they say about people there? Like, because it's trending. It doesn't matter why they're doing it. The fact of the matter is that they are doing it currently right now. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I'm not saying that it's a fool's errand to try to convert Asmongold's audience, right? All I'm saying is that there is a conversation to be had about how useful that is, right? And whether or not doing that is allowing this to continue. You know what I mean? And whether or not if doing that and like a being less aggro on Asmongold to try to convert his audience is a level of allowance that continues to allow this rhetoric to be spread. You know what I mean? You do it, I do what? What are you talking about? That's what he said. Will is his friend, and with Asmon and his OTK, it doesn't matter in my opinion. I'm talking about general concepts of like how you treat people like this. That's a lot more. I'm not reading all that. I read it. Historians have a word for Germans who joined the Nazi Party, not just with ages, but out of a hope for restoring patriotism or a sense of economic anxiety or a hope to preserve the religious values. or dislike of their opponents or raw opportunism and convenience or ignorance and greed. The word Nazi, that's the word is Nazis. Nobody cares about their motives anymore. You could argue that they are younger and more impressionable, so they are more reachable. Shapiro's heads are not able to be changed. Adam's audience is probably savable. Again, you guys are, this is all projection. Like, this is all conjecture, excuse me. You know what I mean? And how much is allowing these people to fester, right? And the potential that maybe you can convince them, right, is worthwhile, is the question that I'm posing. You feel me? Oh, well, you know, you can't be as hard on these people because they can change their minds or whatever, while allowing them to like cheer on the deportation of immigrants. You know what I mean? What happened when we stopped trying to convince people that we're going down a rabbit hole? What's the left? The other options has changed. Like when the conversation sees this is forced, the left is not winning the battle. But again, this can apply to Ben Shapiro as well. What are y'all talking about? Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Let Nazis take over. You know what? Fuck it. Don't even combat right wingers at all, because they're you know, the left is so aggro. It's the left is so, you know, you push people away. Yeah, fuck it. Go ahead, let Nazis take over. Go ahead. You know, just let them have it. You know, go for it. Yeah, you know what? Let them do whatever they want to. Let them yap about deporting immigrants or whatever. Don't do any meaningful pushback on it, because they're just you know, they're just gonna be Nazis anyway. Sure. There is absolutely no reason why you would allow or be aggro to Ben Shapiro, but then let Asmongold, you know, and his audience continue in the way that they are. It doesn't make sense to me. There's no difference. There's no difference. There's no difference. Right? There's not. There's not. There's no difference. It is the same. Right? I'm not saying you cut these people out to dry. Obviously, you never cut people out to dry. You never cut Ben Shapiro fans out to dry or whatever. Like, obviously, everybody is reachable. I live like a capitalist every single day. But the question is particularly on. Okay, I live when I
_great_.
You're still waiting for the 9-month subscription.
Thank you for all you do, heart hands.
The point that I'm making is that understanding the impact of Asmongold, right, and the things that he says and how his audience is, right, understanding that and combating that is not like allowing it to exist, allowing it to fester. Like, you can't. Right? So if you view this and you talk about this in the way like, oh, well, it's just Asmongold being Asmongold or whatever. You think someone or many should focus on Asmon? The point is to not let this, like, my point is not to not focus on it because it's just a streamer. That's my point. You know what I mean?
One other thing.
And this is less about Hassan and more about like even like the audience, right? Because Hassan was talking about this yesterday and there were still chatters being like, bro, why are you talking about streamer drama right now? Get to the news. Like, this is the news. My point is that this is the news. And viewing this as streamer drama, as viewing this as content creator discourse, and not as like the news is my point. That's my point. That's my issue. This is the news. This needs to be talked about. This needs to be focused on just as much as you focus on Ben Shapiro saying his thing. Even more so because Asmongold has a larger audience. That's my point. That's my point. Right? And reducing Asmongold down to just being a streamer, so therefore you don't focus on it, therefore we don't talk about it. We talk about like, you know, you just talk about Jesse Waters over talking about Asmongold. You feel me? I'd be like, oh, why even talk about Sean Hannity? You know what I mean? Because like Tucker Carlson is larger than he is. We should focus on Tucker Carlson and not focus on Sean Hannity. You know what I mean? Again, the same argument. You can only talk about Sean Hannity, and you can't talk about Ben Shapiro because Sean Hannity has a larger audience than Ben Shapiro does. That is a fool's errand. The point is that all of this is important and impactful to talk about. Right? That's my phone buzzing. Anyway,
one other thing. So like they're doing watching them do deportation. One other thing. So like they're doing this thing with like these deportations.
Is drama, and the other is news broadcasting. The vibe is a bit different. I don't think so. I don't think so. This is not different at all. Again, Asmund has. Do you know how many freaking views his YouTube videos have? Like. Where's this Trump stuff? Like, it gets like 1 million views. 800,000 views, 1.1 million views. Freaking 600K reacting to freaking Bernie. You know what I mean? 1.2 million views. 2.5 million views. ICE is actually raiding homes and deporting people. Like, his impact is insane. This is just his main channel. My point is that there's nuance to this conversation, right? There's nuance to this conversation about how do you deal with this. I'm not saying I have the answer. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I know how do you combat this. My point is that if we ignore it because it's like, oh, inter-streamer drama, if we ignore it because, you know, Hassan said be nice to Asmongold, even though that's not what Hassan says, like, this festers. And we will ignore it until it becomes a problem. And then Asmongold's audience will be like the largest on Twitch, and it'll be a reactionary audience. And now we're going to be scrambling about how do we deal with this person who's now has like, you know what I mean? 80,000, 90,000 concurrent viewers talking about reactionary policies and saying it's a good thing. They already are, though. I mean, larger than it actually is. But that's my point. My point is that we've already arrived here because we've ignored it for so long. We've ignored it because it was inter-streamer drama and get back to the news or whatever. And now look at this. He's the third largest streamer on the platform. We've ignored it for so long because it was such streamer drama that we've allowed it to fester and grow to the point where like now he has an insanely large audience that he's spewing reactionary rhetoric to unfettered. This was always the platform. This was creating long before Hassan and us. Sure, but like this Asmongold doing it so overtly on Twitch, from what I understand, for how long I've been on Twitch, which is only like 5 years, right? There was reactionary sentiment, yes, right? But the top streamers was just full of games. You know what I mean? Because we have let them, you sound lib AF. How? What am I saying that's lib? What am I saying? We let him? We did. Yes. Yeah. In the same way we let Aiden Ross and Joe Rogan and freaking Theo Vaughn take a hold on like society. Yes, we, as society, let them. We did. This isn't a crazy take. But I mean, I'm not saying that like, oh, like the left should have like, you know, stood on the archer's post and shooting at every like reactionary that comes up with arrows or whatever. Like, but the point is that like reactionaries are gaining power. Reactionaries are taking power, right? And if your take is that there's nothing we can do, then like, I mean, go off, I guess. I don't know why you're here. I don't know why you are watching. I don't know why you even care about politics, right? If your take is like, oh, this is inevitable, there's nothing we can do, oh well, like, the point is that, again, I'm not saying that I have the answers, as I've said multiple times, right? But what the reality is that Asmongold, as a streamer, has an insanely reactionary audience, and a very large one at that is growing by the second. You know what I mean? Growing by the second. Where the audience come from? Obviously the audience came from you know, the gamers or whatever, right? Like it did. It came from the same people who were like, you know, watching freaking Joe Rogan, and is like, oh, my favorite streamer Asmongold is also talking about the platform. You know what I mean? My favorite streamer Asmongold is talking about what I hear about Joe Rogan. Let's see what he's talking about now. Honestly, it doesn't even matter where it comes from. The fact is that it exists. Right? And it exists on this platform. Like, all right, and it will continue to exist. All I know is that this, right? This is what we are now. This is where we are now. And again, Asmon's audience is continue to grow. Like, very clearly, I think Asmon's opportunity saw a vacuum for content that was inverse to Hassan. Just from like just last year. It's growth. And it will continue to grow. And I think it will continue to grow so long as the Overton window generally shifts. Like, I don't think Asmongold is like the perpetrator behind the reactionary sentiment or whatever, right? The point is that he is a good indicator for, at least in this space, the Overton window shifting and how it is shifting and how fast it's shifting, right? And again, I don't have the answer, right? I'm not even saying that like the Hassan method that this chatter or this poster is calling kitty gloves is like incorrect, right? I'm not saying that this is that, you know, reaching out to Asmon's audience is wrong, right? More posing the question about like, what do you do about this? And I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know what you do about it. And also, like, if we're being real, it doesn't matter what we think. It's not like we have the power to change it anyway. So take solace in knowing that, hey, none of that matters anyway. It's gonna shake out how it shakes out.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Benai
I could say
1110 just subscribed.
we do it if that's, but it isn't. So unless we are providing help, we should probably step out the way. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying, like, I'm not even saying what Hassan should or should not do. You know what I mean? I acknowledge that, like, I'm not in that position, and so it's not my choice regardless. But I will give my 2 cents about what I think, you know, or how I think things could or should go. You know what I mean? And people have a right to do so as viewers. That's just how it is. A, show he's wrong. B, show that his take will not make his chatter's lives better. C, show that Aspen is directly benefiting while his chat is getting harder. I don't think that's gonna like fix his chat, honestly. Ethan Clapp will drop his nuke, save the internet, stop all Nazis, and doesn't get audience to save Trump. True. Ethan just needs to drop the nuke. Comments from the top down, he's being encouraged to do this. Twitch isn't going to do anything. It's a massive outreach campaign. These comments about Gaza didn't even get him banned, and OTK did nothing to punish him. His own friends don't even tell him to tone it down. He's not even the only insanely racist person employed by OTK. Twitch was surprising to me. He would have good takes sometimes. Did I mean, it's not surprising. This is the natural conclusion to like the anti-DEI wokeness stuff. You know what I mean, it's like Gamergate. Gamergate 2.0 inevitably leads to Trump. Like, honestly, if you've been paying attention, it's not like surprising, which is why I'm surprised that people actually thought that Trump wasn't gonna win. Like, they didn't see the Gamergate stuff happening again last year and the year before that, and think, hey, maybe this kind of feels like 2015. What happened in 2016 again? like pattern recognition? Like anybody? Like, it's pretty clear. Pretty clear that the window was shifting. The difference is I was like 16 years old at that time, and now I'm 24. And like now I'm like, I have an audience and like responsibilities about like, you know, combating fascism and a bunch of other stuff or whatever. I don't know. It does feel like a bit like a little bit hopeless. You see this growing base of people who are like so against your rights and the rights of people in general, you know? You're just like, what do you do about that? And then you land on like, well, there's not much you can do. You know, you can scream into the void about getting Asmongold banned. He's not gonna get banned. And like, I don't envy Hassan for having the responsibility of having to like combat or deal with Asmongold in any way, either way. Like whether it's, you know, reaching out to his audience and trying to convert his audience and walk Asmongold back, or being contentious to Asmongold and like shutting him down and like being opposition. Regardless of what the choice is, I'm glad that I don't have to make it. That's all I gotta say. Right? I can Monday morning quarterback all I want from over here. I can sit here with my 200 something viewers and just chill. I ain't got the responsibility of being the largest political commentator to combat Asmongold or whatever. So there's no idea what pressure Hassan is under outside the stream. Yeah, which is why I don't talk about this in Hassan's stream. You know what I mean? Hassan doesn't watch me anyway. Like, I talk about this here, and I go to Hassan's stream, and I say, chatters, chill out. Hassan's going to do what Hassan's going to do. You feel me? We can have these conversations here, but like, so we keep it out of that stream, because Hassan can deal with that. Hassan has the pressure. Go over there, and he can deal with that over there. We can talk about whether or not it's a good idea or a bad idea or what's happening over here. The guy didn't need to PlayStation on his fits. True. I guess Hassan has been talking to him here and there off stream. Did they direct the new Hutch? I don't even know. I see actually H-Shock pop up every now and then talking about stocks or something. I don't know what he be doing. Before Hassan doesn't watch anybody. That's true. Anyway, this is where we've arrived. I've been more recently where I hear Hassan saying Sean takes from earlier that morning. This is true. This is true. I'm not saying anything about it. I'm not saying Hassan steals my takes, but I'm saying that sometimes I be saying something and then I tune into Hassan's stream and he's saying the same thing. I won't say anymore. Anyway. That's all I have to say about this section. You said so from some chatters and some streamers. I'm gonna start saying horrific bad takes just to see if Hassan starts copying those too. Okay, let me stop. Hey. Breaking news. Breaking as in like 20 minutes ago. The White House Budget Office has now officially rescinded the Trump orders financial freeze. Trump's order freeze federal financial assistance programs. Jeez Louise, that's like alliteration. We were talking about it yesterday. I was like, yo, that's what John was saying. True. Like which ones? All of them, I believe. With the entire order. They rescinded that. Because they've been like walking back. Oh no, not Medicare. Oh no, not student loans. Oh no, not SNAP. And then they just again stop. Bro, what happened to free press, bro? The White House's budget office on Wednesday rescinded the order to freeze federal grants according to a copy of a new memo obtained by the Washington Post. After the administration moved to halt spending earlier this week was provoked a backlash. In a memo dating Wednesday, in distributing to federal agencies, Matthew J. Faith, acting director of the White House Office of Management and Budget, stated that the OMB moratorium M2513 is rescinded. The order issued on Monday instructed the federal agencies to temporarily pause all activities related to obligations and disbursements of all federal financial assistance. The original White House order freezing federal grants. Oh, geez Louise, I hate the word F. Which became public on Monday, caused mass chaos and confusion across Washington, appearing to imperil government programs that fund schools, provide housing, and ensure low-income Americans have access to health care. States reported issues accessing funds under Medicare, and even on Wednesday, public housing authorities reported being locked out of their funding portals. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said on Tuesday that assistance of individuals would not be affected. So yeah, they walked it back. Jeez Louise. Oh God. What do you think it was a good idea? Because they don't think about anything. When the conversation just says, I'm communities like Hassan's and this one, not as goals, I don't feel alone ideologically. It's helped me stay strong. Oh, geez, let me some tissue. Oh, my tissue. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for being here, chatter. Just know that if I yell at you, I don't mean it. If I ban you, I do mean it. So if I yell at chatter, I don't mean it. We're chill. But if I yell at chatter and then I ban you, I mean it 100%. But that chatter yesterday, who I yelled at and then I banned, because he was pocket watching me, asking me. Do I have tuberculosis? Yeah, tuberculosis is coming back, chat. That chatter yesterday who was pocket watching me, I banned him. Asked me how much my rent was. You trying to make me dox myself? You're gonna look in LA for who has rent my around my price? Johnny got the last laugh. Yeah, gave me tuberculosis. Soros just Soros money, bro. If I had Soros, I wish I had Soros money, bro. I would take Soros money in a heartbeat. I would take Soros money in a heartbeat. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. Any person saying they win is a liar. I'll stand by that. 10 toes down. 10 toes. Anyway, this is a good thing, by the way. And also not surprising. Because like, obviously it's going to be walked back. Oh, this is interesting, though. And not remotely surprising, but like, obviously. Just in, Trump administration will cancel student visas for all quote-unquote Hamas supporters on college campuses, the White House said. Like, had to happen eventually. That's, yeah. I mean, it's not surprising, but well, I'll end off the Asmongold conversation there. That went too deep on the deep end about Asmongold. Honestly, if you think about it, it doesn't really matter. Does anything really matter nowadays? Nope, that's what I'm saying. Let's see what Judge Academics is apologizing from Sean C.
Much like, should I suck a from that?
Alright. Bro, I'm literally like, I'm not even. Is that even 5? That's not even 5 seconds. That's not 5 seconds into the vid.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
What?
This is definitely a regrettable moment. And we're going to use that as a teachable moment.
Oh, is this the apology?
Because I don't think I've came this far, built this platform to be that irresponsible.
Whether it's been a fan page or academics himself tweeting in order to desperately
Why
try
didn't
to
he say that to begin with? You know what I mean? Like, he's also, you should not say it's regrettable. You should say, I'm sorry. Right? But even past that, why did you not just say that to begin with?
preserve the name academics. Or it's
Did
been
it popped up on Aiden Ross's stream for some reason? No, he didn't. You're lying. You're lying to me. No, he did not. You're a liar. He did? No, he didn't. I don't believe you.
DJ Academics performing on everybody's stream. And when I say perform, I do truly mean being performative. And then between our video and countless...
You know, I just don't understand how you go from crashing on everybody that tells you it's wrong to then realizing after the crash that it's wrong. I don't understand how you get there. Because he's stupid? No, I think it's because he's a liar.
And honestly, in that court, everything I've ever said in that court got leaked, it would be crazy. Not defending it, but that's kind of the court it was. Definitely a regrettable moment. And we're going to use that as a teachable moment because I don't think I've came this far, built this platform to be...
I've come this far, by the way. That's the correct English.
Be that irresponsible, right? And of course, I could throw out any type of excuses. Oh, well, all that. At the end of the day, first of all, I'm probably older than all y'all anyway. Like, you know, nah, I'm good. Like, I don't need the so I'll just take the responsibility. I should do better and will do better. And I think that's the best way to do it. You know what I mean? Should do better, will do better. I'm going to use it as a teachable moment. Max hit me.
Why do y'all become degenerate monsters on Discord? It's a lot of freaky shit that be happening in Discord out here. I don't know why that seems to be the breeding ground for people.
He was like, yo, people running your page is posting stuff about
not anonymity, probably. You don't have to have your face on it, and it's a video chatting server platform, unlike Instagram, where people post pictures of themselves. Like Twitter, it doesn't have video. YouTube is like pretty impersonal. Twitch is pretty impersonal. Telegram is text. signals text. Like it's a video and audio and text platform that people are anonymous on. That is also insular instead of public. So that's probably why.
Me, I got nothing against Max. I said what I had to say last night. I stand on every word. But I have nothing against Max. Me and Max are both from Jersey. I support Max. I do appreciate his content. I do think his community is toxic. I do think at times, and again, we're not blaming Max for nothing. I think Max is a good guy. Maybe I thought that, he owed me, like, to call me, to be like, yo, what's up? But he definitely didn't.
No other academic.
I don't really care, though. Like, the thing is, I mean, y'all obviously know it's some things that people can do that you might not necessarily forgive them for, but you'd be like, okay, I'm glad you have an understanding that this is wrong, but I'm still never fucking with you again, ever, because of this particular thing. And I don't think anybody else should either. I feel like the moment
radicalized, yeah, but it's not public, so you don't know about it. That's the thing, right? It's also not audio, or not video. You know what I mean? And so a lot of freak stuff happens on Telegram, but it usually stays on Telegram. Discord is like usually combined with like Twitch, and so it gets public or publicized very often. Also, again, not video. So like people get freaky, like let the freaks flag fly on Telegram, but like they don't usually do it with their faces. It's usually just text. Discord, audio and video, people get freaky.
The moment you introduce like unsafe ideas to children, and it's
private enough
only
to get freaky enough to public enough to get caught. Exactly.
The threat of public scrutiny that you realize what you do or what you say is wrong, or creating an unsafe environment for a kid or a minor, that you start to reform or decide to change. It makes me think, oh, that means this might have happened before. With how many people, we don't know. Those people, generally a lot of the time they grow up to get off these apps, and they get off these gaming platforms, and they go on into real life with some of the things that they experienced in mind still, and they might carry it with them, not to the extent that it gives them this deep-seated trauma like a lot of people think it turns people into these shells of their former self, but it might introduce harmful topics in the way that they talk about these things with minors of their own, or that they might be in company with. They might not think it's okay. So it's like you could be introducing somebody to something that they don't necessarily get the same chance to come into the realization of, oh shit, that was wrong. Because you spend all your time on the internet, they might have transitioned on to different things, and now they walking around with the issues that you kind of introduced to them in a bit of a way. So
true.
I would look at that and be like, anybody looking at academics should probably look at this as a sign of like, oh, okay, since this had to tell him that was wrong, it's likely that this happened before. I don't know if it did, but for somebody walking around and they have to be forced into a corner to be like, yeah, this was weird, I would say it's probably likely.
Academic sobered up, or maybe somebody got into his ear. He did go on to apologize, and we do have to give some kudos for that.
And don't get it twisted. Just because somebody apologized to you does not mean that you have to keep fucking with them.
True.
That seems to also be a point of contention for people, or hard for people to understand. Also, I don't even really consider what he did an apology, but because it really don't do.
Somebody check real quick. Is he still banned? I don't think it'll be a perma, and we won't know if it's a perma until Academics himself comes out and says how long the ban is. So just let me know. Let me know. All right, Revnata, thank you for coming. Putting shea butter on my body. Could be a perma. Apologies are fine if you back it up with action. I don't think the action is happening. But even then, you still don't have to like accept an apology under any circumstance. You feel me? I think allowing people space to grow is fine. But even if somebody apologizes and does all the right things, you can still go about your business. That doesn't have to change how you feel. Nobody's entitled to like your presence or whatever.
anything, in my opinion. Once you introduce those ideas to a kid, to me, I just feel like, bro, it's over with.
Still one person, and one person only. The literal thing.
I watched the VOD 2 days ago, or watched a video on it. He was talking weird to a 15-year-old boy, talking sexually. We played it yesterday and the day before that, honestly. Yeah, I saw the federal abortion ban thing. It's only introduced, so it hasn't gone anywhere yet, but it was introduced. I apologize. I didn't really think he took the time to change, reflect, and grow, or generally be a better person. I mean, even after he apologized, he immediately went on his Reddit and was like, "I'm still going to be anti-woke, by the way. Don't worry." Like, I don't know if he had like the I don't know, initiative to change or whatever. I don't think he'll say Palestinians have inferior culture again. That's fair. I'll be fair. I don't think he'll say that again. But he's not changing his ideology. And to be fair, right, I don't think that like apologizing for something immediately means that you're changing your ideology. So that was never the expectation that I had for him.
"15-year-old." I still haven't heard him say anything to the 15-year-old.
Asmin's Reddit stuff, you said I was being unfair. I don't think I said you were being unfair. I still stand by it. I don't think somebody apologizing for one thing means that they're going to change their whole ideology. I did not expect him to stop being anti-woke or whatever. Right? Again, I'll stand by this as well. I don't think he'll ever say Palestinians have inferior culture again. You feel me? Like, I don't. You know what I mean? Like he's not like him apologizing for that and giving and allowing space to grow. Right? And he proved us all wrong, which is what I knew he was gonna do. But I gotta at least pretend like he was gonna change. You feel me? It's not because he doesn't believe it anymore, because he knows it will hurt him, and that's a different thing, you know. Slap on the wrist just tells them what they can't do publicly. In my opinion, I'm gonna talk about internet apologies. I'm petty. I get it. I understand it. You know what I mean? But again, I gotta do the song and dance. Like, oh, he apologized. Well, maybe he'll be better in the future. We all knew he wasn't going to be better in the future, Chad. If we're going to be real about it, we all knew Osmigo wasn't going to change. We knew it. We knew it. You knew it. I knew it. Everybody knew it. Everybody knew, even when he did the apology, he wasn't going to change. We all had to do the song and dance of like, maybe he'll change. Maybe, look, this sounds good. It sounds better than the normal YouTube apology. Wow, maybe this is an indication of something to come. No, we were all doing the we were all doing the song and dance. The same song and dance. I mean, I kind of hoped, but yeah. I mean, yeah, like hoping and knowing is like two different things. I love how he went, "I'm sorry," and then happy fixed it on collabing with MS Dan to Jenna Hassan over Twitch and anti-Semitism. And to be fair to Asmongold, he at least knows when to cut somebody loose. He never did the dance stream. So he has a decent idea about like what he can get away with saying now, even if he'll like keep pushing that line.
I might be missing it. Somebody provide the clip, link me, all this.
Well, at this point, you really don't want him to have any communication with the 15-year-old. I mean, maybe a public apology, reaching out to the 15-year-old, saying that you specifically, I apologize to you, but contact-wise, you don't want them in the same space ever.
Yo, Nord, nah, I'm gonna speak like a real, because I hate when come on stream and have this.
What? Who is this guy? Who's this guy? Who's the person commenting in the video? Okay. This is Omeezy. He's a YouTuber. He talks about stuff that goes on. Also streams on Twitch. This is Sean C. Also YouTuber. Also streams on Twitch. Also talks about stuff going on. I have no clue who this guy is. No idea who this guy is. Who's just this white guy who says the N-word.
But contact-wise, you don't want them in the same space ever.
Who's the guy on the bottom right? That's stupid idiot, honestly. Doesn't even deserve to have his name said. Disgusting. Sorry.
I speak like a real, because I hate when come on stream and have this PR response, man. No, listen, I hate when just have this PR response. All jokes aside, I hate when have this PR response. Chat, I don't give a fucking actually listen, chat. If I'm 15 years old, 16 years old, this 15, he's not 8, man. He's not 8. And then tell me I can have strippers coming to your house. Bring the most strippers you want to bring to my house.
Is this Cheezer, chat? Cheezer. I can't tell if it's the same guy or not. I think it is. I don't know. I don't know.
Acting like he bringing to his house all day. What the fuck? Every nigga PR responded.
No, that's
cancel
not
my
cheesy.
act. No, bro, stop acting. Yo, no, you are 15. I'm a kid who grew up in the real world on some normal, like a normal human being. Nor is a kid who grew up on the internet, TikTok, scrolling feed all day. That's why I say the internet is not real, bro. Like, and now you're trying to act all innocent. Yo, Nor, stop doing that weird. Bro.
Well, see, the issue is, here's the issue, right? This is a good example. He's a good example, whoever this is. This is a great example.
Whoever this is.
He's right to the extent that these things happen regularly. He's wrong
Convy?
when he...
Didn't he, like, threaten to kill somebody or something? No, that's not him. I don't think. No, that's a different person. Convy is a different person. I'm pretty sure. Wait, no, that's him. You're right. I think that's him. He looks like a different person. Wait, does he have the hard R tattooed on him? Bro. Okay, we're just gonna move on. We're just gonna move on, bro. He got the hard R tattooed on his arm? That's him. He cut his hair. Okay, chatter, you should not know that. You should not know that. None of you should know who this person is. Find God, please.
He's trying to pass responsibility off to the person that it happens to. And I think a lot of people need to separate or differentiate. We can share experiences where we might have been introduced to things too early. Share experiences where we might have, you know what I'm saying, been told things that we probably shouldn't have been told from people that should have been in the position to, you know, keep us under their wing or protect or defend us or not introduce us to harmful things or put us in awkward situations as kids. But you can also acknowledge
that's it. His name is Convy.
That those things were wrong. You also don't normalize it and be like, okay, well, when I get to my future little mans or when I get to my nephews or minors around me, now it's a rite of passage.
I think that, and I'm gonna let Chauncey continue in a second, but this is what I just think. This is separate. I think that every Twitch streamer should just never talk about kick streamers at all. No Aiden, no Cheezer, no Convy, no Trainwrecks. They could talk about Twitch streamers all they want to and all that content and do that whole thing, and we don't talk about them. We don't talk about them. We don't show their clips. I looked up Cheezer and Convy to find out if this person was him, and I saw the worst things that I've ever saw in my entire life. The lowest, bottom of the barrel, lowest ever content I've ever seen. And I never want to see that again, please. So let's just not. Thank you.
Passage that since it happened to me, I'm supposed to do the same thing. Like, why don't you say, yeah, well, a lot of us understand that we probably had some people say some shit that they probably should have said to us. That doesn't mean that by default, you got to co-sign what a nigga says to somebody else that, number one, they don't know, have no relation to. Not that that changes the dynamic of things, but it's different if you got like a big brother and he's just like stupid and he's doing a lot of dumb shit. There also are problematic dynamics with that type of situation too, but it's more likely that you're gonna have more contact and communication with somebody like that since they're so close to you. But having this happen from a stranger across the globe that you're in Discord with that you barely know, have had maybe a couple conversations with, and this is happening on a live stream, it's like, bro, why do you feel so comfortable saying some shit like this? For you to overlook the fact that there's a 30-plus-year-old man talking to somebody less than half his age in a Discord call with a bunch of other grown men too. It's not just him. And you still find it, you know, reasonable to blame the kid.
Imagine for a statement about politics being fair, and he stands by his views on woke culture and any of the other forms of bias, favoritism for any group, person group, or whatever. He listens to his full statement on topics and his personal history rather than just outtakes and tending to twist what he says. You know, as I do, that the neighbor across the street was black, was his little brother, that he is unbiased against other races anyone could be. Like, I'm not discounting like his personal experiences. You know what I mean? I don't think that changes the way that he, or the things that he says. Like, I closed the clip about like going to watch immigrants be deported. Like, I still think that's horrific.
How warped does your mind have to be is really my question.
Shut your lame up. I don't care if you 15. What you mean you like? What? Shut the up, Nord.
This is culture of the.
I don't even think that's real though. I'll be honest. Like, I don't even think the dude that's saying that believes that. I think he's just so engrossed with the academics, you know, brand or connection or possible like friendship.
Not even. I think he's a kick clout farmer. He doesn't have any beliefs. You know what I mean? He doesn't care about having a take. He cares about just saying whatever he can to get the clip so that the clip is posted on Twitter, that people talk about him. That's it. It is rage bait. It is rage bait. He just has a clip and he's like, what can I possibly say in this exact moment to make people mad at me? And then he's like, oh, if I go after the 15-year-old, that will make people mad at me and people will talk about me. And that's what he does. That's what all kick streamers do, which is why I don't think we should talk about them, because that's all they want, right? If I search up Aiden on freaking Twitter, right, all I get is freaking when Aiden Ross was caught gooning to a Sexy Red's music video. Aiden Ross defends academics. He's not a pedophile. Like, come on, guys, just pick and choose who you like. Like, Aiden Ross. Oh, that's Javi's tweet. Freaking like just Aiden Ross clips. Aiden Ross and Vivek laughed to see Selena Gomez crying. Like, that's really it. I hear what you said. You just said that it's horrific what Asman said. Can you repeat that? I said what he said about watching or going to watch immigrants be deported is horrific. And like, also, it's just a bunch of porn. But that's like not even like an Aiden Ross thing. That's a Twitter thing. You cannot look up anything on Twitter without like, if you look up the word ant on Twitter, right? You're going to get like a tweet from somebody named like ants and more or whatever, and then it's just a porn account, and it fills your feed because it has ants in the title or whatever. Like, please just show me a regular person tweet, please. Can I not just look for ants? What ants are doing? I search up Aiden and I get like, you know, Spaden spading my buttocks or whatever, and then like it's just a porn account. Like I'm looking for Aiden Ross, and there's a tweet that says Aiden Ross wants to be inside me, and it's a porn account. Like, please, just show me regular. Just show me the thing I'm looking for. Just show me the thing I'm looking for. Have you got a word tweet brings up porn and racism bonus points? Yeah, just.
Or he wants to keep appealing to his audience and not appear soft or concede to reasonable points, that he has to keep playing that guy.
If you have a little brother that's 15, nigga, you're not gonna ask. So you're gonna shut your mouth until he's 18 to ask him if he has a girl or he's done something, nigga. What the? What are you talking about?
That's not his.
Bro, who are these people? Who are these people? This guy's on Twitch. I see the Twitch emotes. Who is this guy? I don't know who these people are.
Brother.
Girl, or he's done something that's 15
points, that he has to keep playing that guy.
If you have a little brother that's 15, nigga, you're not gonna ask. So you're gonna shut your mouth until he's 18 to ask him if he has a girl or he's done something, nigga. What the? What are you talking about?
That's not his little brother. My brother asked me stuff like that too.
Look,
That's not his brother. How is this hard to understand?
Let's face Suki, and he wasn't defending act.
What is his logic?
Oh.
In a lot of contexts, your older mans, even if you do know them, it can sometimes still be inappropriate for them to ask you shit like that, especially if you don't even introduce concepts
like before they had their call or whatever,
like that, or ask them for anything. They have no relation. You think because you talk to somebody on Discord once or twice, that's your little brother? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Imagine you had a little man's. All these years you could have asked this, yo, what you was getting into, and you find out in 19 he was. Nigga, what are you talking about? You don't know how niggas grow up, nigga. You gotta ask niggas, yo, what do y'all niggas do? What are y'all doing? What are y'all niggas on?
Why is that your business? That's not your business.
I said it's relevant. That's why. That's that. So I didn't get what. I still didn't get it. Going to Washington to do what? I said going to watch immigrants be deported. Here, we can pull up the clip again. Right? What he said in this clip is horrific. Is what I was saying. I can find it somewhere. Jeez Louise. Oops, that's not it. I don't want to open up a space. This.
One other thing. So like they're doing this thing with like these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport people, and it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Like, I feel like it's probably at least 5% chance, right? Like, I think I think we're at a 5 to 10% chance that this could happen. Yeah, exactly. That'd be really good content. It would be. And yeah, probably not gonna happen though, but it would be fucking funny. For the love of God, you must try. Yeah, it'd be fucking hilarious. And yeah, your statement about not voting to disadvantage yourself is really blowing up on X with strong support. Well, of course it is. Of course, it's just a logical perspective to have. Now, there's a bunch of emotionally unstable retards on the internet that like to distort reality, but no, of course I'm not going to vote for somebody who's going to say that someone else is going to have a privilege that I can't have. Why the fuck would I ever do that? That's the most retarded thing you can imagine. So, no, of course, that's, like, I mean, why don't I just vote to have somebody shoot me? Like, what is this?
Let's go, Ikibas, to give her the 6-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Also, Bonai Prime with Bernai. Thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. Anyway, that's the point I was making. Right, him saying this about going to watch immigrants be deported or whatever as content, dressing up as Ash Ketchum, is horrific. That is a bad thing. I don't remember the wider point that I was making, but I was just saying that that's not good. That's bad.
business, bro. What are you talking about? Y'all don't have an off limits. Off limits.
To be fair, Twitch has always been an R-word platform. You know what I mean? Like everybody said the R-word, and it's made a new like resurgence because people like stopped saying it for like a few years, and then it came back. It's not just Aspen. It's like it's a lot of like gamers. Hard gamers, by the way.
Like certain shit you don't want to see. What are we supposed to start taking showers together too? Like what are you talking about?
What?
What do we do? Y'all don't have a. That's not your.
You don't know how niggas grow up, nigga. You gotta ask niggas, yo, what do y'all niggas do? What do y'all doing? What do y'all niggas on?
Why is that your business? That's not your business, bro. What are you talking about?
It's their business because they want to make sure that their little bro isn't gay. That's what it is, right? They're like, no, you gotta ask your little bro whether or not they have a girlfriend, so you know if they're gay or not, right? If you wait till they're 18 and then boom, they're gay. You know, like that's the point he's making, right? You gotta ask them before when they're young to make sure they're not gay, and if they are gay, you gotta send them strippers to make sure they're not gay. That's what you gotta do.
Y'all don't have an off limits policy? Like certain shit you don't want to see? What are we supposed to start taking showers together too? Like what are you talking about? What are we doing? I don't need to know all of that, bro.
Is that I thought the reason people watch Asmongold is give takes on real stuff is to watch a funny because it was funny. The loser nerd World of Warcraft stereotype was engaging in real topics when people start taking him seriously. When they realize that they can go to his space and be in his fan base and be around like-minded people who also wanted to watch immigrants be deported. You know what I mean? Like when they realize that they can go and see somebody who's not like particularly political talk about politics, right? But then also while they're there, they see other people also agreeing with him talking about these politics, right? And so it became a safe space for that type of politics. And so like they might not even take Asmongold seriously as a voice on this, but it's a space where they can vent their own frustrations about the political system out in Asmongold's chat, right? Where they can yell about wokeness and DEI and how they're oppressed because they're a white man, and how they hate seeing other people get opportunities that they don't get because that's what affirmative action is apparently. And then that becomes a base in a safe space for it to grow, right? Which is the point that I was making like yesterday.
Bro.
Anyway, this is about academics.
Regardless of what it is, though, the reason,
especially me having a much larger, you know what I'm saying, age jump on you. Like, why would we even be talking about that?
Well, I think with Noor is different because I look at Noor, he's a loser. You know what I'm saying? Like Noor, he doesn't go to school. I don't think Noor goes to school. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think Noor has a life. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I look at it crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because Noor be sitting there crying, and I'm hearing the calls. Like, Noor is sitting there crying, begging niggas for bread. And he's making Max look crazy, like begging call for bread. And Max Debbie sending this nigga bread. Lacey be sending bread. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know who these niggas are, but I hope the kid grows up like normally for the remainder of this. Like, and I don't mean it like, oh yeah, he got turned into the worst. You know what I'm saying? This is the worst thing that ever happened to a person. I'm saying like, I hope he grows up like normally and he can reflect on this and be like, yo, these niggas is weird. X out the N-word. I don't want him learning the N-word for real, but I'm just saying like, yo, that was weird. Like,
I didn't see the stream of his. It sounds like the kind of he says where he's being a wise ass and playing with his viewers. He doesn't see Indeed aim to go to the middies. He better later this year because I've been wanting to go there a long time, and I would be going with him. Thanks, Thomas, too, for the advice. You're probably right. I'll try to present it. Present him as he really is. But yeah, that was what I was talking about. This specific and again, maybe there is more context. I'm not gonna sit here and be like there's not more context. This is what he definitely meant or whatever. But from what I saw and the way that this was presented, that's what I was talking about when I said that was a bad thing.
Like, nah, these niggas was like putting me in, like, what are they talking about? What are they saying? How do you get all these words that gotta be thrown out of your mouth to come back to the regular adult realization that nah, they just shouldn't be talking like that to him. I don't care what he said.
I don't understand what's the need to defend him, especially when he even can admit that he's wrong. I find it astonishing that what Connie said the other day about streamers giving academics chance and grace and leeway in this conversation to be totally true. Like every single major streamer for the most part is cherry picking the little bits and pieces of this situation to try to diminish what's actually going on, or trying to be extra stickler or technical in these situations in order to try to potentially paint academics in some sort of good light, instead of just 100% holding his feet to the fire. And maybe we can have those
I don't know what the value of it, maybe not to the general public, but I mean to me personally, but to the general public, things that occur in your life start to like paint you in a different way. I don't see how, and maybe they don't care, I'm open to that, they probably don't care, but I don't see how you could be an academics fan and look at him talk on almost any future controversy with the knowledge that he asked a 15-year-old boy, would you allow another grown man to fuck you in a Discord call with a lot of other grown men, and allow this child to be in that environment. I don't know how you could listen to anything that he says beyond that point, any commentary that he gives on any controversy in the future with that in your mind, and not immediately default to that anytime he ever tries to make a point. Anytime he ever tries to speak about anything. I think that would kind of nullify his opinion about anything, knowing that that was at one point a stance that you maintained that was okay for you to do.
I don't think he's being groomed. I would not use that word, not the word groomed. To say that, you know,
the reason why I don't like those words is because when they're actually being groomed, like it dumbs down. I hate those words because it's like they could play off literal real situations where they actually being groomed.
But, you know, so the thing is though, where I don't think this is true, I don't think it's hard to differentiate when there is versus when there isn't like a grooming situation. And I think a lot of people misinterpret grooming as something that's intentional. Like I have to mean to do it. I have to have an effort in mind to turn this person into something that I want them to be. And that doesn't have to be the case. And intent aside, that could just be the reality of what's happening. If you're altering some person's mindset in a way, that is the same effect. It's the same impact. So it doesn't matter whether you intend to do it or not, whether you have a plan to change this person or not. If that's the end result, then that's what happened. They were groomed. If people are saying that, that's not wrong.
But again, that's what happens when you have conversations like this on a live stream, gang, or in general. That's the type of shit. That's the type of conversations you're opening up yourself to. You understand? That's as easy I can put it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with, because I think this world is trying to recreate interactions between adults and children as if every interaction with an adult and a child is creepy, and that's not the world.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. I would have known if I put my headphone back in. I just got back and we have Sean C reacting to Your Rage, reacting to I'm Dante, reacting to DJ Academics, reacting to I'm Dante, reacting to DJ Academics, talking to a 15-year-old kid weirdly. Wait, you have me reacting to Sean C. Boom. This is React content that you love to see.
I grew up in. I've had interactions as a child with adults that weren't kin to me, and nothing strange happened. And I didn't feel like there was this apprehension in their spirit walking around me. Like I hope I don't do this and then make it. Wasn't like that because they weren't thinking about that. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't thinking about that. It wasn't in my mind. And I think some people are in the frame of mind and they're thinking that like, oh yeah, you as an adult just shouldn't ever have you shouldn't share the same space as a child in any capacity. I think it's a strange way to try to carry yourself, because I feel like you're avoiding children because you think you might get in trouble. as opposed to understanding that there's just certain things that you shouldn't do or say.
True.
You might see a Twitter take every now and again, and you'll see like a girl say some dumb shit about like, oh, why don't guys do this? And then you'll have a guy reply underneath it talking about, oh, we afraid of catching the case. It's like, bro, it's very obvious things that you should not do. It's very, very obvious and open.
Yeah, if you are afraid of being around a child because of like you're afraid of being perceived as a pedophile, that's never been a fear that I specifically had. Maybe I'm naive, but I've never specifically had a fear that like, oh, I can't like be at the YMCA or whatever because there are kids around and people are thinking that I'm a kid predator. You know what I mean? Like, just don't be weird around kids. And that's never led me astray. Maybe it will in the future. Who will? Who knows, right? But like, that's never led me astray. That is me personally.
Things that you shouldn't do. You don't have to turn that into, I can't interact with women. I can't interact with children. That doesn't make any sense. Like y'all are being
like people who are like women who are like, why don't men approach women anymore? And men are like, because we're afraid of like false allegations or whatever, you know, like that. Like really? you don't approach a woman because you're afraid that she's gonna do false allegations against you? Like, okay. I will say, I do hate the whole why don't men approach women anymore. Cause like I am a real feminist, true male feminist here. I am of the equalization of gender norms, right? I think women should approach men. That's right. I do. Women should approach men. Approach me. Let me be the passenger princess. You know, pay for my first date. Okay, open the door for me. No thanks. Then nobody's gonna open the door for either. I'm gonna stand at the door, and you're gonna stand at the door, and neither of us are going to open the door for either one. We're gonna walk into a restaurant, and we're not gonna go in because neither of us are opening the door. We're gonna eat the food, and then we're gonna have to dine and dash because I'm not paying and you're not paying. So where does this lead us? where does this lead us? You feel me? We're both going to be sitting on the passenger seat, right? And nobody's going to be in the driver's seat. So, because we're both going to be the passenger princess. Exactly. Exactly.
Overly literal about it to a point where it's almost like it's strange. It don't need to be like that. Just don't do these things.
To Dante, he went to confront them about the weird things he said, and they tried to divert the conversation and talk about his wife and kid being ugly. They lame ass.
I mean, respect out to Dante for that too, but at the same time, you also got to realize when there's not a conversation to be had. Somebody could probably tell you from a
I agree. Right now, from a content perspective, watching DJ Academics and I'm Dante like debate or whatever, it was fun, right? It was fun, but like sometimes like you don't gotta converse with these people. You know what I mean? They're very obviously in the wrong, and you just gotta separate yourself from that. Not everything is productive. Not everything needs to be turned into content. I disagree with that. Everything does need to be turned into content, but you have to understand that not everything is productive when it turns into content. So, this is why you don't confront people if you aren't ready to be on their level. True. Like, if they don't. And to be fair, like Dante got caught off guard by getting kicked out the call, and like when he tried to confront whoever was calling his wife ugly. Like, he got caught off guard. He was also going into like a 7v1 situation. So it's not like any like, you know, disrespect to Dante or whatever. But understanding and knowing that like what could they have said there? You feel me? It wasn't necessarily productive because academics never even apologized while Dante was on the call. But he did say that was regrettable. So like Dante got him to at least acknowledge that. But yeah, how productive that was is kind of the question.
Mile away, if they were willing to talk crazy to a 15-year-old minor, they might say something that would piss you off at some point. It's better mentally speaking to not put yourself in that environment or even have that type of conversation or discourse. Because like what light could I show you to where you don't on your own come to the realization that this is weird and wrong by yourself? What could I say to expose you to the truth outside of you just being reluctant?
Also, chat, I have a question. Have any of you guys played Conqueror's Blade? Yo. No. Is that the anti-woke game? I can't remember if that's the anti-woke game or not.
And to hearing what people are saying because you want to live in a world where you can do and say whatever you want with no consequence. There's nothing I can say to you. I can say things about you, but why have a conversation? It's like when all those people were trying to mediate Andrew Tate, and it's like, I get to a certain extent, you could help bridge a gap from someone that may even be a fan of you both.
That was him, not me.
Because there might be somebody who's an academics fan that's also maybe an I'm Dante
no,
fan.
I mean, and Conqueror's Blade. I can't tell if that's the anti-woke game or not. Maybe I am thinking of Kingdom Come as the anti-woke game. I don't remember. Anyway, it's fine.
That person might be like, well, why are people up in arms about this? And they might hear a perspective from him that's like, oh, now I get it. But I don't know if it's worth it. But I mean, like I said, respect to the people that attempt to do things like that. It's just not something that I feel is actually productive, like in real life. Because I think the person that you'd be speaking to wants to not understand. I think the person that you'd be speaking to wants to maintain their perspective. They want to keep the ideology that they have because it suits them. It makes them feel comfortable. So I don't see the value in it, but I do understand why somebody would attempt to. But I would tell more people to just save yourself the time. Because the crash out that he showed on the day, like the day of, lets me know he's not a normal like thinking individual. His brain doesn't work the way I feel like your brain is supposed to work as an adult.
Bro, like they'll be talking about normal. This is 20, 25 years old is normal. I'm 16, don't matter. What am I gonna say? Yeah, bro, you can't talk about.
Bro, he's back. Why are we keep showing this guy?
Girls over my age, bro. It's weird, dog. Like, what? Bro, check. I've been around age. I've been around act. I've been around Ray. Like, bro, they don't mean no harm towards nobody, bro. They just
okay. And unfortunately, you might be, you know what I'm saying, in the wrong conversation with somebody that you're not supposed to be in. Like I said, I grew up different. My older brother, my uncle, my dad, they said the same thing to me. You ever in a room where a grown-up is talking to you crazy, and it's a man, you come up to one of us and you tell us, and the situation will get handled. My older sisters, my aunt, they said the same thing to me. Any older woman try to say something to you, you say something to us, we gonna handle it. This happened with my older brother at one point, and I can't really tell you how the situation unfolded. All I'm gonna say is people that think that this is okay, you're gonna be in for a rude awakening when somebody who's not trying to be diplomatic come up to you and confront you for talking to their little brother, their son, their nephew, you know what I'm saying, their little man's a certain way.
You only shot. Sean C ain't say it, I'll say they shot him. Some person was talking to his older brother. They shot him. Killed him. Murdered. Self-defense, obviously. That's what he's saying. That's the underspeak here. Let me be the translator, right? He's saying they're gonna shoot. Yeah. Detroit shit is crazy. Also, yeah. Combi, it's the big 2025. Can you stop acting like you're black? It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. It's crazy. Listen, I mean,
unfortunately, and you're gonna be awakened to a really bad reality.
That's not even Sean C's chat. This is Sean C's chat. That's Conavy's chat, bro. That's Conavy's chat saying it to him.
If they decided they wanna handle it how they feel like handling it. I think there's motivations outside of just being moral and normal that should keep your thoughts in check when you're talking to a minor. At the very least.
Just be normal. I don't know if that's a crazy thing to say.
If those things don't keep you grounded in understanding that those things are wrong, then the threat of somebody maybe into your life might keep you in check. I don't know. I don't know what is enough for people. And it's super strange too, given how openly homophobic DJ Academics is, to constantly introduce and reinforce these homosexual scenarios to the kid in the call.
He's doing that because he's homophobic, though. You know what I mean? Like, he's doing that to try to prove that he hates gay people, right? He's saying, yo, Nord, if you're going to hang out with us, you got to be homophobic too. You can't be gay. Because he's closeted. I won't even go that far, right? He could just be homophobic. I'm not going to sit here and say all homophobic people are secretly gay or whatever. But, like, he wants to prove that he's so not gay, whether it's because he's closeted. I'm not saying he's not closeted, right? He could be. He could be, right? But he's going so far to prove that he's not, that he's like, you know what I mean? He's like going as far as to groom this kid, right? Going so far as to groom this kid to prove that he's not gay. He's like, yo, Nord, prove you're not gay. Prove you're not gay right now. I'm going to give you a list of scenarios that implies you're gay. Deny them all. And if you don't deny them all, you're no longer hanging with us. That's the implication. That's the underspeak here, right? The underspeak here is, Nord, you want to hang with us? You got to prove that you are not gay, because we hate gay people, right? And maybe it can be done through projection, right? Oftentimes it is. A lot of the times people do this from projection, right? Somebody who is actually DL, right? Being like, yo, if you want to hang with us, prove you're not gay. And they actually like men. You know what I mean? That's not all the time, but sometimes that is the case. And that's why he's doing what he's doing here.
Oh, like, I don't know what
the video on the screen even
mentions.
We already covered FD's video, which I actually said my take on FD's video. My take on it before FD's video came out was almost exactly the same. And everybody's crediting FD's video. It was actually me. I'll say it. That's right. It was me. It was me all along. It was my take first of all. Do you know what that means? Don't worry about it. That's black people speak. Sean taught FD everything he knows. Some are saying. FD is a copy? Nah, that's Unk. We just had similar takes. There are some very, very knowledgeable, very smart, very good black creators, right? That I don't think get the respect they deserve, right? I think FD is one of them, for sure. I think Sean C is another one of them. Like, people who have very good takes that are just looked over or overlooked because, you know, obviously. Lil Bill, for sure. Think Piece is another good example. Right? There's numerous examples. Foreign Man. There's like, and it's like, they're not kind of relegated to like BreadTube. Right? So like the BreadTubers. Like, Sean C's not technically a BreadTuber, but like, I think they're very good. I think there are people that I think deserve more respect. So I mean, Cornbread too. Like, it's relegated to like a subsect of YouTube and Cornbread too. I don't post on YouTube enough to be in the Cornbread 2 space. I won't take the label. But yeah. Mark Lamont Hill. I think Mark Lamont Hill is different just because Mark Lamont Hill is taken more seriously in mainstream media. In that he's like, he actually, you know, he is a voice people go to talk about like black issues and especially like Palestine. Like he is more, you know, mainstream than the rest of us. And I've talked about my thoughts on JJ before. I won't relitigate. But I'll leave it at that. I like Christian Divine. Christian Divine is another decent example. So that I'm queer, I'm okay with mental hoops to jump through to be homophobic seems like another kind of hell. Yeah. But let's continue. Let this be known. Support a black creator for Black History Month. That's what I'll say. If I have one ask for Black History Month, support any of the people I just said. Because if you don't already follow them and watch one piece of content from them for Black History Month. I'll make a list. How about that? I'll make a list of my favorite black creators. And you guys can add to the list as well. And just at least follow them and watch one piece of content from them. And if you don't like it, if it's not your cup of tea, that's fine. I know people that like FD who don't like me, because I'm not their cup of tea. That's chill. Sean C does a lot more of a musical, like more of like a, you know, hip hop music space type of content. And so if he's not your cup of tea, that's fine. But just experience their content and give it a chance for Black History Month. It's Black History Month still a thing, or did Trump get rid of it? He did not get rid of it yet. They're gonna try, but you know they have not gotten rid of it yet.
About it to that extent. Like, given that he's admitted how much he despises people that enact in it, I don't understand why you would be
We have a lot of overlap with Sean C.
eager to introduce those ideas to a child.
That it's not just,
especially after the testimony that he gave about one of the people being into inappropriate behavior with a child, and he said that somebody or people in his
Rat-a-tat-tat is a Hassan chatter right here, but they don't come in here. Interesting. Hassan chatters watch Sean C, but they don't watch me. Interesting.
Into inappropriate behavior with a child, and he said that somebody or people in his town where he grew up dragged the dude out of his house and they beat him, and he seemed to be okay with it and like think that would have been the proper move. And then you go and you do the exact same thing that you think that he should have been beat for. I don't know. This is what I don't understand.
Top video, but I need y'all to hear me out for a second, because if you actually care about what happened here, then I'm gonna need you to care about this concept and how it really works. The reason a lot of y'all hate that word and the concept of patriarchy is because you don't really know what it is.
Lance Davidson. I recognize that chatter's name. I recognize a lot of chatter's name.
Is and what it means, and there's a lot of reasons for that, but the main reason is that the greatest trick of patriarchy is for it to be in
the whole ATL. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I'll take it. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Welcome in. My biggest fear is typing in a chat and really be like, look, Sam, I get him. That's crazy. Sometimes I hide my badge. Okay, I'll say it. Sometimes I hide my badge and go chatting in people's chats. And people still recognize me. Leave me alone sometimes, chatters, okay? If you recognize me if I have my badge off, no you don't. Leave me alone. Do a little Henny clip onto YouTube. Okay, wrong Sean. Okay, it's S-E-A-N, Sean. I stole it from YouTube. You gotta find it somewhere else. I don't have the original clip. Originally on Hassan Chatter, and the vibes are so much more chill and cozy here. You should also actually see it and acknowledge my shit. True. Because I mean, chat's not that fast. I mean, to be fair, right now, I don't know how many people I have. How many people I have? I have like 500 people. When it gets to like 1,500 people in here, it gets crazy. And it's impossible to read every chat message. It's impossible. Like, Jesus freaking ways. especially if I'm doing like drama. Like when Ethan Klein's content nuke drops, I promise you it's going to be impossible. The chat will be unbearable. I watch you just as much as Hassan anymore. I can't wait. He says he's there's also an update on that. He said he's getting, what did he say he's getting? Let me see.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Anomalous_Daniel just subscribed.
What? Anomalous Daniel, thank you for the Prime subscription, chat. You know Primes are free. Not to be, off topic here, but you know that if you have a Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch Prime account and you get a 1 free Prime subscription a month. It's basically free money you throw at a creator, right? And so if you have it and you're not using it, you're basically stealing from creators. So you don't want to steal from creators, do you? Use your Prime subscription. You don't got to use it on me. I'm just saying, but if you're watching this now, it's the most convenient thing for you to do. So go ahead and you can click that subscribe button. You can click on subscribe with Prime, click on the checkbox, and then click subscribe with Prime, and you could use it for subscribe with Prime. I'm just saying. If you got it, use it. If you don't got it, that's fine. You can always wait to be gifted a sub as well. Or subscribe with tier 1. It's like $6 or something. I mean, that's less than a McDonald's meal, which you shouldn't be eating because we're doing BDS. I was testing you. The boycott. Exactly. Taco Bell on BDS. Taco Bell is not on BDS. You are safe to use your $6 on Taco Bell or use it on me. Is that she's an African princess or common reference to Pokemon? Oh, do I have chatters here who don't know? Okay, who has the... Oh, I spelled it wrong.
Most down.
Yeah, it's about Monkey Man. This is the original clip.
Most down bad comment you've ever heard. Sean the Black says she's my African princess. A lot of you would benefit from reading the Quran, okay? Drop the phone, put the good book in your one hand and start reading, okay? In the name of Allah, read. Most down bad comment you've ever heard. Sean.
And then this was like 2-3 years ago. And I have news that happened at TwitchCon last year. I saw Pokemon. That's right. Let me see. Trying to find it. Yeah. Or did it disappear once Minnie changed the entire Discord? Which, oh no, here it is. I found it. I click copy message link. That's me meeting Pokemon. Hello. That's right. That's right. She gave me the heart. She gave me the heart. Look at that. She gave me the heart, chat. I bet she didn't give you the heart. No, but she gave me the heart. It happened. This is true. That'd be raised, to be honest. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She was looking towards you. She's literally looking directly at me, by the way. Also, she knows who I am. You were not looking. I was not looking. She does know who I am though. Like she follows me on Twitter. So you can't copy me. She follows me on Twitter. She doesn't follow you on Twitter. Exactly. Exactly. Like using this word huz, what does it mean? It means hose, I believe. I think maybe I'm too old. I'm not in tune with culture. She followed you live on stream. She did follow me live on stream. On Subject, your stream word fits is still my fashion goals. Thank you, I appreciate that. Oh, yeah, man, I'm way too old. Now in the DI, she's gonna unfollow True. When you on her podcast, whenever she wants, honestly. Honestly, I'll do like whatever podcast, whatever somebody wants. Just let me know. I gotta okay. It reminds me, I have to reach back out to freaking Jarvis. I was supposed to collaborate with Jarvis like last year, but our schedules didn't match up when I was in LA. But now I live in LA. I have to reach back out. And I have to go on Arabs. There's a lot I have to do. But our inward clip now doesn't exist. People get her react to the African Princess clip. No, and she never will. All right, you hear me? Do you? No, and she never will. She will have no idea this clip exists, chat. All right. You and I have an understanding. She will have no idea this clip exists. And if she finds out, I'ma find out. And you don't want to know what I'm gonna make my mods do to you. I'm gonna be real. I'm a be real. Anyway, come kill me about it. You think I won't? You think I won't? Exactly. Anyway, what if a mod does it? They know what will happen. Because she's in chat right now, just lurking. She's not. She's not. Confirmed. Confirmed. You think this man will check on the hour? Anyway, on the Ethan thing, he said for the content, he said for those waiting for the release, for those waiting for release, I need 2 approvals / clearances. I already got one. The next one might not come today though. Just a heads up. Standing by though. Stand back and stand by. Can't wait to share it with you all. What he's talking about? He's talking about the content nuke. So in case you're wondering, he's getting clearances or whatever that means. I don't know what that means. What does he mean by clearance? I don't know. I have no idea who he could possibly need clearance from to release it that he didn't get while it was like being edited, or I don't know. Probably lawyers. I mean, I guess. It's gonna be 1 hour and 45 minutes of top tier brain rot. This is what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for it. Does it mean he used someone else's clips? How long will it be? I think we already know it's 1 hour and 45 minutes. He already leaked it. He has to re-edit that allegedly in every sentence. No, he had to re-edit to get out mentions of Destiny. Anyway, let's finish this off.
visible to the naked eye, and for anyone who ever explains it to you to be immediately faced with the fact that you don't really want to understand or know it.
I think some people do know it. I think some people just don't want to accept how much of the world is like grounded in it. Like when so much of your world is built with this as a bit of the foundation, it's kind of hard to walk around and not always have it somewhere nearby in somebody's vocab. And granted, in real life, on a regular day-to-day basis, like I never hear this word ever in real life. Like nobody ever says this. But I think a lot of people know, and like I said, it's a level of responsibility that comes with it, because once you introduce the topic in conversation, it puts, generally speaking, people that have influence within the system and how it works at some level of responsibility, which is why I keep bringing up the Hassan Campbell clip of him saying everybody in this room knows somebody that's, you know what I'm saying, messing around with a kid. And they just immediately default to absolutely not. No, we would never. But in reality, it takes more effort to go and be like, maybe I should check and just make sure none of my friends are into something that's a little crazy. Or maybe I should start looking for some signs just to be on the up and up. Because it puts you at some level of work. It's going to make you do extra work. It's going to have to make you a bit more considerate. You're going to have
also, Kosua, also a chatter here. But what Chauncey is saying, I think it's even less about like it takes work for them to do so and people are inherently lazy, which they are. That's part of it. I think people are scared about what they'll find, right? It's very easy to just have this sort of like blissful ignorance about whether or not, like maybe my homie is, you know, a bit weird and maybe I need to talk to him and stop him, or maybe I'm responsible for any harm that I caused if I knew something was off, I didn't do anything about it, right? Who wants to find out that about their friend? About something you call a friend? Yeah, that's what he said. I can run it back.
Default to absolutely not. No, we would never. The Hassan Campbell clip of him saying everybody in this room knows somebody that's, you know what I'm saying, messing around with a kid, and they just immediately default to absolutely not. No, we would never. But in reality, it takes more effort to go and be like, maybe I should check and just make sure none of my friends are into something that's a little crazy. Or maybe I should start looking for some signs just to be on the up and up. Because it puts you at some level of work. It's going to make you do extra work. It's going to have to make you a bit more considerate. You're going to have to pay more attention. You're going to have to do more to make sure you're not a participant as much as humanly possible. So, yeah, I think they know what it is. I just think that they don't want to have to do the work to, you know what I'm saying, take it out or uproot it.
I muted myself so I could cough. Again, I think that's a big part of it. Again, another part of it, I think, blissful ignorance, right? You don't want to find. It's about being scared of what they're gonna find, right? It's the fact that like they're like, okay, but if I do the work, it's very easy to be like, nah, none of my mans ain't like that. I don't keep people around me like that, right? And they're like, well, why don't you check? You're like, nah, I know it. Yeah, I know. We're all chilling. Because they are scared that if they look, they're going to find something, and then they're going to have to make a decision that may be difficult for them to make. So it's very easy to just have this blissful ignorance to be like, yeah, no, nothing happens. And when something does come out, if something comes out, it's, oh, I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on. You know, how was I supposed to know? Right? Like people already know, they just don't want to deal with it. Yeah, it's like people know and they understand. Okay, there's gonna be a deep cut for those of you who know. If you know, you know. What was that? It was like this like short film that went viral on Twitter. It was like Meet the Johnsons or something. You know what I mean? A Strange Thing About the Johnsons. This one. Yeah, the incest one. Right? In this, spoilers for this short film. Never seen it. Well, you probably saved yourself because it was going around virally like a few years ago. Spoiler for the film. The son here was like sexually attracted to the father and would like assault the father or whatever. And it went through his like early life, and then it went through his like later life about him like ramping up the assault and abusing the father. And we find out that like the mom allegedly didn't know, but she knew, but she didn't know. You know what I mean? Like she knew, but she was like kind of pretending like she didn't know, because like it was hard for her to deal with, and she was like, you know, again, blissful ignorance. She was like pretending like she didn't know. Right? She knew, but she didn't want to dig deeper. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. A lot of people kind of know when they homie around them is a bit weird. Right? They know, but they don't know. They suspect, but they don't know. And they don't want to put in the work to know because, again, they enjoy this blissful ignorance. So is it a bad short film or good? I remember watching it when I was like 13 and being grossed out because it was, you know, it was an incest short film. I have not watched it since, and so I cannot tell you about the merits of how it is as a film or how well it works at its premise, because I have not seen it since I was 13 years old. So it's not a very long runtime, I will say. Like, I don't know if I told you how long the runtime is. It's 28 minutes. You can watch it if you want to watch it. I'm not going to tell you to watch it because I don't remember. But that's the premise, at least. And no, I'm not going to do a movie night for this movie. You are insane. You're an insane person. It's insanely uncomfortable, but very powerful. I remember being grossed out by it. So don't forget that there's a situation where your boss or something with power being bigoted, and with power being bigoted in any capacity, and it's not something you can challenge as an employee or from a position up below. Sure, yes. I don't know if that fully applies here, because this is about mostly people on your level. This is mostly about like your friends, your cohorts, your peers. So that's what the entire conversation is about, like your peers being like, hey, you are a weirdo, cut it out, or distancing yourself from that peer, as opposed to like the direct power dynamic that exists between a boss and an employee. You know what I mean? And so while I don't disagree with you that exists, that's not specifically what this conversation is about fully. You know what I mean? We're in patriarchy? Yes. But this is a conversation about how men perpetuate and are victimized by the patriarchy as well. Patriarchy is a super wide concept, but it's a very specific conversation about a subsect of the patriarchy, about why men allow for abuse and abusers to go unanswered, right? And the reason why that is because of this. You know what I mean? Recently watched Babylon, which is pretty good, and people alienating. Shows people alienation in Hollywood. And like the Roaring 20s. Oh, did y'all see the Roaring 20s stuff going on Twitter? I don't know what that's about. Oh, there's also this as well I wanted to cover. This post is pretty funny. Bunch of Nepo kids in a dark lighting celebrity wealth inequality. That's so funny. It's actually rich, young rich kids. I don't even know what is it. Was it like it was a party? It was. I'm so confused. Hudson. I'm at this. Sure. The voice of Spider-Man in Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man says his biggest fear was that the show was going to be annoying and woke. Drake Bell played Spider-Man. Yeah, he played the Ultimate Spider-Man. Thames, thank you. I didn't want to butcher it. I think he played Ultimate Spider-Man. One of the animated series. Yes, correct. I liked Ultimate Spider-Man. Gosh darn it. That was a decent show. I liked that it was doing something a bit different. It was a terrible Spider-Man show, right? But it was a decent show. The video Spider-Man voice actor Yuri Lowenthal is also from Palestinian. Yeah. No. Yeah. I think it was a decent little show for my 15-year-old brain. How? I liked what it did. I liked that it was a unique team. You feel me? It showed new characters. It didn't just like, oh, this is Peter Parker. Oh, this is his Mary Jane. Oh, now they're fighting the Scorpion. You know what I mean? It wasn't like it was like a lot more. It was like, hey, Spider-Man, he's working with S.H.I.E.L.D. He's doing S.H.I.E.L.D. stuff with his own little team. Luke Cage is there. Some other persons there. I don't remember what her Tigress, White Tiger or whatever her name is there. Like the version of Iron Fist and Luke Cage is bad though. But I as a kid enjoyed it. I liked it. I enjoyed it. And it was unique and it was something different. That's what I remember about it. I like the Superhero Squad show. Shout out to Superhero Squad show. Teen Titans was obviously the best young superhero show. Nova the GOAT, OG Dick Rider. True. Nova was the GOAT. OG Elf? What do you mean? Superhero Squad show was cool. Right? Obviously, like Justice League Unlimited, like that's not even a question. Justice League Unlimited, Justice League the Animated Series, like I pretty much anything superhero related I watched. Right? Young Justice, Justice League Unlimited, Batman Beyond, Batman the Animated Series, Ultimate Spider-Man, the Superhero Squad show, the Green Lantern Animated Series, Static Shock. Like I watched like everything. Teen Titans. I didn't like Teen Titans Go that much. X-Men Evolution. You didn't watch Legion of Superheroes? I watched the movie. Was it a show? I watched the Legion of Superhero movie. One with like Jessica Cruz or whatever. I remember what it was called, but I watched that one. Who is that? That's crazy. Yeah, I watched everything. Pretty much everything that I possibly could have watched. So, I will say, DC eclipsed Marvel when it came to animated properties. Honestly, DC still eclipsed Marvel when it comes to animated properties. Like, you know, especially when it comes to like serialized series and stuff like that, right? To be fair, Spider-Verse it's Spider-Verse, you know, Spider-Verse just kind of swung in and was like, yo, we're here. And I'm just like, I love Spider-Verse. Spider-Verse is so good. But like everything else, garbage from Marvel, if I'm being entirely real. DC clears them. Earth's Mightiest Heroes was the GOAT. Yes, but it was just a knockoff of Justice League Unlimited with like worse characterization from those characters. You know what I mean? Like Earth's Mightiest Heroes was just Justice League Unlimited with worse characterization, less popular characters, but it was still fun. But like Justice League Unlimited was vastly better. Take that back. It's true. It's true. It was chasing what Justice League Unlimited was trying to do, but the characterization was just not as good, right? It just wasn't as good. I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying it wasn't as good as Justice League Unlimited, right? Not saying it was bad, but it just wasn't as good. If you're gonna sit there and tell me that Earth's Mightiest Heroes was better than Justice League Unlimited, you are wrong. You are incorrect. Objectively wrong. Like just objectively wrong. Justice League Unlimited was probably the pinnacle of animated you know, superhero shows, because it set the stage for everything that came after it. Everything that came after it. It is peak fiction. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Earth's Mightiest Hero was bad. I think that it did a little bit of character assassination when it came to certain characters. And to be fair, it did set the stage for like how the characters we got in Avengers. But I did not like Captain America and Earth's Mightiest Heroes. I don't even remember what they did with him, but I just remember being like, I don't like this Captain America. I think he sucks. Fantasy or tier list. If we have a tier list of like Kappa's Peak, I'm telling you what I remember as a child. This is my child brain at 11 years old. My child brain at 11 years old was just like, I don't like this freaking Captain America, bro. Do a tier list now, dude. Okay. Have you seen Batman the Phantom Menace? I'd have to see it. I don't remember it. Okay, superhero cartoon tier list. This is Batman the Animated Series or The Adventures of Batman. I don't remember seeing this one. I'll do the ones that I remember seeing first. This is Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Okay. Okay, I remember this one. The Adventures of Batman again. This is either Justice League Limited or this is Justice League the Animated Series. One of the two. Ninja Turtles. Crypto. I freaking love Crypto. Marvel's peak show has always been the X-Men ones. True. Batman Beyond. Ultimate Spider-Man. X-Men and the Wolverine and the X-Men. Not bad. Not my Superhero Squad show. Super Friends. Static Shock. X-Men Evolution. I have not seen X-Men 97 yet. Don't crucify me, please. Please don't crucify me. I haven't seen it. This is just Spider-Man. Where's the Amazing Spider-Man? I know there was two different shows. The Amazing Spider-Man and Ultimate Spider-Man. What? I am sorry. I told you not to crucify me. Listen. I told you not to crucify me. Please. This is Unlimited. Okay. This is Justice League Unlimited. This is Justice League the Animated Series. They're two different shows. They're not the same. Name is Batman Mask of the Phantasm. I have not seen it. Have you seen the original X-Men animated series from the 90s? I have seen that. X-Men 97 was the best ever and it's topical. Okay, I'll watch. Okay, how about this? I'll watch it tonight. Will it make you feel better if I watch it tonight? Jeez, don't crucify me. What is this one? Guardians of the Galaxy? I've never seen this one. Where's Teen Titans at? Invincible? Okay, I've seen that. What other ones do I recognize? Oh, this is Moon Girl. I've seen a couple episodes of Moon Girl. Past my time, though. This was Legion of Superheroes. I think I've seen a few episodes of this as well. But the Silver Surfer had a show? Teen Titans is bottom row, middle right. I've seen What If as well. Teen Titans and Teen Titans Go. 90s Silver Surfer show mid. Really? Have you seen Harley Quinn? I've seen some of Harley Quinn. So I'll put that up here too. I've seen some of it. I can only rate it based upon what I've seen. Hey, I finally got my first Amber Alert while living in LA. Someone is in imminent danger, apparently. 2 people are missing. Last seen 2 days ago. 2020 gray Hyundai Elantra. Hey, if you're in LA, you see a 2020 Hyundai Elantra, call the police. Congrats, thank you. I didn't get anything about the fires and stuff. So now I'm glad that it's finally getting updated. Okay. Let's start with Iron Man Armored Adventures. This show
working on my Earth. have a whole lot of bells and whistles.
Okay, I don't care about his commentary. I want to see the show.
Wait, remember on its own, but still feeling like a show. That
Okay, I don't care about your commentary. I just want to see the show.
To Iron Man and the surrounding characters in his life. Like, for example.
Okay, I'll explain the show. Iron Man Armored Adventure was Tony Stark as a teenager who made an Iron Man like suit and fought against Iron Man villains while going to school. Basically, take Spider-Man but replace Spider-Man with Iron Man, and it was just that. Should you CGI? Well, I think it's just it's a product of the time. You know what I mean?
He's a man on a mission.
Hey. Hey, yeah. Honestly, it went kind of hard. I'm gonna be real. I'm giving it an A tier. Okay, it's like A tier. It was okay. You know what? I won't put it. It was okay. If it was just a song, it'd be good. But I'm putting it okay. I enjoyed it. I liked it. Honestly, all these shows are going to be pretty high for me because it's just nostalgia. Like, it's just nostalgia. But I enjoyed it. I liked it. It was fun. Speaking of, I enjoyed it. I liked it. It was fun. The Green Lantern show. Intro, not as good. I will say. Intro, not as good. But the show itself, fantastic. It was so good in like the way that the story was presented when compared to the Iron Man show. And so if I put Iron Man at okay, I have to put it above it because the story was fantastic. It was so good. It introduced my favorite Lantern character, which is Razor. Shout out Razor. I'm glad that they brought Razor back in what's at least second favorite because I love Larfleeze. Larfleeze is awesome. But they brought Razor back in Young Justice. Like I am so happy that they made these decisions. It was a very good show. I woke up every Saturday morning to watch this show and to watch Secret Saturdays. Secret Saturdays, technically not a superhero cartoon show, but one of my favorite. Like, why is this the first thing that they show? Why does she look like that? Sorry. Winx Club, anyone? Bro, Winx is my... I love Winx. Winx, bro. Don't even get me started on Winx. Winx was my show, bro. The only thing I like more than Winx, you know it, chat, is Witch. Witch was my ish. You don't even know. You don't even know. Witch was my show. Bro. Y'all don't get it. You don't get it, right? Like, I would never let somebody ever come for me as a man watching Witch. Like, Witch was my show. Or Winx. Winx was also my show. Gosh darn it, I love me a good magical girl show, bro. Give me Sailor Moon. Give me Winx. Give me Tokyo Meow Meow. Bro, just give me Card Capture Sakura, bro. Give me a good Magical Girl show and my life is complete. Bro, life is complete. Ah, man, I love that show. Got into Pretty Cure. I've seen... I don't remember what else I've seen. I watched all those you listed. Bro, we're the same. We're the same, chat. We're the same. We're the same. Winks and Witch both made by Italians, which blew my mind as a kid. We're the same. We're the same, bro. Bro, it's so good. It's so good. Was that you're a furry? Listen, you can't try to expose me. You can't try to come for me for liking magical girl shows. I am secure. I am secure in who I am. And I will enjoy a magical girl show when I want to. I actually went back and watched all of Witch again because it was so freaking good, bro. It was so good. Right? Anyway, sorry. I got completely distracted. Completely distracted. I like the Green Lantern show. The story was good. Now, on to Earth's Mightiest Heroes. I believe this is Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Oh, this is like the old Earth Mightiest Heroes, no? Oh no, maybe it is just this old and I'm just like I don't remember it being this old. No, it was this old. Yeah, this is the one. Would you like Madoka? I've never seen Madoka Magica. Cyber Chase is cool. I liked Chalk Zone. I liked Code Lyoko. I forgot it was in this show. And I will say, the one thing that I remember about this show is that Wasp was a baddie. Okay, I remember being like, oh, as a child. Oh, Ninjago. Listen, I'm telling you what I remember as a kid. Okay, I'm telling you what I remember as a kid. Wait, that is this show. What's this show? Are they? This one feels like this one is Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Are these the same thing? Chat, you gotta tell me. My eyes aren't that good. Yeah, this is Earth's Mightiest Heroes. What is this one then? The second show sucked? Oh, that's the bad one? What is it called? Is it just The Avengers? Avengers United They Stand? Is that? No, that's definitely not it. Oh God, please no. Avengers Assemble? Oh, it was Avengers Assemble. Oh, this is the one I remember. I think this is the one that I hated the Captain America of. If I'm being real. Yeah, this looks a lot more like I remember. Okay.
On over here to face it, Captain. Rogers has.
Cap, got your code blue. Give me the high points.
Zemo, back. Both of them. Falcon.
Okay. All right. Very thumb-like appearance. Okay. I'm gonna put Earth's Mightiest Heroes in awful because I remember not liking this show because of the Captain America, and I have seen I put Avengers Assembles in awful. I'm gonna put Earth's Mightiest Heroes in okay, just because I can't remember for the life of me the difference between the two, but I know that it was better because I know it had the Wasp in it, and the Wasp was a baddie. So I know that I've seen it because I've seen the Wasp, right? But this was not the one that I was mad about. So I'll put it underneath. I'll put it above Iron Man. Wasp was such a baddie. Justice League Unlimited. Okay, you know where I'm putting this one, chat. Is it baddie in both? Okay, now I have to see what she looks like in this one. This one has the Falcon in it, and this one had Black Widow instead of the Wasp as a mainstay. But for Justice League Unlimited. First of all, Black Green Lantern, immediate plus. Black Canary was a baddie, immediate plus. Wally West was the Flash, immediate plus. I don't even gotta say anything about Hawkeye. Wonder Woman. And it had the OG Justice League roster. My biggest gripe about the comic books was the fact that they replaced. Sometimes they replace like Martian Manhunter. Sometimes they replace Aquaman, but they push in Cyborg. Let Cyborg stay with the Teen Titans. Why is Cyborg being brought up to the Justice League? Keep him with the Teen Titans, please. I don't like any a Justice League roster that has Cyborg on the roster. 30,000 Green Arrow saying, I'm an old school lefty. The government should provide for people in Justice League Unlimited. Real dialogue and a kid show, by the way. W. I like Green Arrow. Say Green Lantern. I like Green Arrow. This is why Green Arrow is always better than Hawkeye. Cancel me. Cancel me. Green Arrow has always been better than Hawkeye. I do not like Hawkeye as a character. I would rather have Green Arrow or Arsenal or pretty much any DC counterpart to Hawkeye. I don't like Hawkeye. I don't like him. Not because he's useless, right? But because he sucks. He sucks. I don't like him. Is that a controversial take? Okay. I got both. They're solid mid-tier. I think Hawkeye is just trying to chase what Green Lantern or Green Arrow is doing, but it doesn't do it as well. You know what I mean? It just takes what Green Arrow does very well, which is like the Robin Hood-esque character, and it removes all of that and just makes him a guy who shoots arrows. In the comments, I remember Static being in the Teen Titans because he was OP and the writers had no idea how to use him. He was so OP, the writers had no idea how to use him. Yeah. And he has too much propaganda. True. Green Arrow literally gives Das Capital to the Justice League members. That's so funny. After the Teen Titans, they just started to put side places. Starfire's always been a part of the shittiest team ups in the Outlaws. I have the Outlaws somewhere actually. Yeah, not the Outlaws. I have the Outsiders. Different team. I think okay. I don't know. I don't know what to do with these like legacy characters, like the follow up characters. You know what I mean? Like, because they're never going to do 2 Batmans, 2 Spider-Man. People are coming around to, like, you know, 2 like multiple Flashes. People are like, okay, we can do that. They can never do 2 Batmen. It will not happen. And so you're never going to get, you know, Dick Grayson to be Batman, even though he deserves it. I like Dick Grayson as Nightwing. I think it's chill. But like, I think they can pass the mantle, and they have passed the mantle, but they cannot have 2 operating Batman. It can't. It really was though. I meant like at the same time. You know what I mean? They will pass the mantle on, and they will do that. But they cannot do the whole like, have they done it? Have they done it like consistently? It's always been temporary. Like right now in the run that I'm reading, at least, like Dick Grayson's back to being Nightwing. You feel me? And so because of that, Nightwing works, but everything that they do just kind of feels like they're trying to do Nightwing again. Like they have Red Hood, and Red Hood's doing his own thing. He's an anti-hero. That's fine. That's chill. Cool. And then you have like Tim Drake being Red Robin, which is like, how is that different than Nightwing? Or how is that different than Robin? Like, what is he even really doing? But I'm like, cool. And then you have, don't crucify me. I don't know the Stephanie. I don't know what her last name is. Also Robin for a while. And then like Stephanie Brown. Thank you. Now she's doing her own thing. Cause now Dick Grayson's like Robin. Cassandra Cain, I believe, is like Orphan. Like they're all like, they start Robin and they have their own identities. I'm like, cool, sick, amazing, right? But I feel like Dick deserves to be Batman. You know what I mean? I'm fine with the Bat family growing the way that it is. I still feel like Dick deserves to be Batman. You know what I mean? Like Dick has been through so much in the comic books and pretty much in every media that he's been like relegated to second fiddle for so long. You feel me? And like they try to make him Batman-esque by giving him a team, giving him space to be like leader into running, but he's still, it's always like second fiddle to Batman. Like it doesn't feel like he's like on the same tier as Batman. I don't think that the comic books portray him as such, right? They still portray him as like a child to Batman's adult. Right? They reboot before they give him a chance. Yeah. That's my gripe with the way they do Dick Grayson. I like Dick Grayson. Dick Grayson is one of my favorite characters in the Bat family. They just do him so dirty because they keep bringing Bruce back and like having Bruce operate, and then they only bring Dick around to like take a leadership role if Bruce is dead, right? Or like inoperable. You feel me? I know what you mean. He's kind of whiny. I think that he has potential to like do cool stuff, and like they just don't use him very well. He was the first Robin, the first person to show like, okay, he's like the oldest child, essentially is, of Bruce, but he's still like not grown into his own adult, and that's what I don't like about it. But I don't know how old he is now, but he's like freaking, he's too old to be playing second fiddle to Batman, right? They moved into Bloodhaven. They, you know, have his own teams going on over there. But it still feels like he comes back to Gotham and like, Batman, I need advice. Like, let him grow. Let him do his own thing. Let him be his own. But it's very hard to do because he still has the association with like Bat family. But that's my Dick Grayson rant. Right? Yeah, comes back to do his laundry. Exactly. Exactly. Unpopular, maybe, but I prefer Batman Solo. I don't disagree with you. Right? I think Batman Solo works. Which is why the Bat family doing Bat family things usually involve Batman like dying, and that's when you get like a Batman team up thing, a Bat family team up thing, or, you know, it's like, oh, you know, Robin jumps along and oh, spoilers here now. Oh, look, it's the Signal. You know what I mean? And it just happened to be like, you feel me, around. But yeah. Batman is a fascist. You're gonna make people mad calling Batman a fascist. Did you watch Big O? I have not watched Big O. Anyway, I'm getting very much off topic. This is obviously GOAT tier for Justice League Unlimited. Batman is a fascist. I'm just telling you that I'm just telling you people are gonna get mad about that. I can hear the argument, right, that Batman is not a fascist or Batman is a fascist. I am not a Batman fascist truther, right? I can see both sides of it. You feel me? I can see both sides of it. I'm a both sides here. I'm a centrist on this. I'm not defending a billionaire. I don't disagree with you. I understand that. It is interesting that there are more stories of Batman resisting fascist Superman than there are of Batman being a fascist. True. Right? Batman just beats up mostly homeless people. That's not necessarily fully correct, right? It's not, right? Batman, and this is, okay, hear me out. Batman is the concept of community policing. You feel me? He doesn't leave it in the hands of the state to take care of criminals and institute justice. He takes justice in his own hands. As a mega cope, listen. I'm just telling you how it is. I'm telling you how it is. Batman grew up and is a victim of crime, and he wants crime to end, right? And Batman sees that everybody can change. I'm not saying he's a good billionaire, right? Like, from what I understand, absolute Batman also is not a billionaire. You know what I mean? I think he's also a working class person. How did the Wayne family get their money? Billions? That's not the fault of Bruce. Bruce didn't commit the crimes. He didn't exploit people, right? He didn't. If we're being real. Community policing, community accountability, he works in the shadows. I mean, if that's what your take wants to be, I'm not gonna come at you. Right? Real son apologia. How much is Bruce Wayne paying you? I am objective here, okay? I am objective here. I'm just saying that Batman was a child who became a victim of a crime. And then he used his resources to combat that crime while not, like, believing that people are unchangeable, right? He believes in restorative justice. He believes that people can change, and he gives the opportunity for everybody to change, even to a fault of his own, right? You know what I mean? And so, yes, he comes from a wealthy background, indeed, right? This is not something you can dispute, but right, he's been a victim of a crime at a very young age, and maybe it's not the most productive thing, right? But what would you have him do, chat? Create a police force to over police, low income neighborhoods? I think not. He's a philanthropist. He gives money, right? Not saying that that's absolve him of his crimes, but he does use his money in a way that is, or tries to do it for the betterment of society. I view Batman less as a fascist and more as a misguided liberal. You know what I mean? He's a misguided liberal. He's trying to do the best within the bounds of the current system to solve crime, but he will never solve crime because he is unable to effectively combat the underlying issues in tackling crime, because crime is not an individual problem, it's a systemic problem, right? And it will always exist while under capitalism. He is a misguided liberal who's trying to do the best with the materials that he has, and that leads him to make sometimes decisions that impact the working class, but he is trying. I'm just saying, you're treating him like hostage Asmund. Don't say that. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. I am not treating Batman with kitty gloves. To be fair, I do think he goes too hard on regular, everyday drug dealers. Like, they're like, yo, it's the Bat. like I think that's a bit much. You know what I mean? Like I think he's down. I don't think you need to go that hard on him. Okay, that I will accept that criticism. Right? Bruce needs to work on his anger management issues. Like I agree. Okay, we can agree on that. We can agree on that. He needs to work through his anger management issues. But I think that there is an argument for him trying his best. Frank Miller's fascist Dark Knight is a very modern archetype. Miller presents Gotham as through the ugly lens of a billionaire's delusions, messianical fantasy. His Bruce Wayne is not so different from Donald Trump. Wait, what? I have a long relationship with The Dark Knight Returns. I have read it in the 1990s, 4 years after it came out as a miniseries. I've always hated the silly Batman TV show that y'all know through the stuffy movie version saw Michael Keaton a year before. But Frank Miller, an uber dark graphic novel, reimagines the Batman mythos, captured my 13-year-old imagination. I read it a dozen times and I sang its praises to everyone I knew. Eventually, one of my comic readers' friends agreed that he liked it, but made killer criticism. Demo is turning Batman into a fascist. There's no doubt Frank Miller is a virtuoso graphic storyteller. A decade after retiring as Batman, the 55-year-old Bruce Wayne returns to the street, but he's not interested in fighting crime, obsessed with the corruption of the human soul. The Caped Crusader morphs into a modern messiah. Miller even has a Batman die at the hands of Superman so that the Wayne can be resurrected as a leader of a new religion. This is shot as defending. What even is this? I remember seeing this a while ago. Dark Knight movies are, at least, were pretty fascist in my opinion.
I broke you.
This was Dropout? Oh, it was College Humor when I saw it.
How have you come back?
You think you're the only one who can learn the strength to escape?
I did not escape.
The child of Ra's al Ghul made the climb.
But he is not the child of Ra's al Ghul. I am.
Oh. What? Miranda.
Talia, Al Ghul, here to finish my father's work.
But we totally had sex.
Yes, I know.
No, like, hardcore. 3 times.
It was all a cruel ploy to gain your confidence.
That was a cruel ploy. Sign me up for another. It was great.
When the mission is at hand, no act is off limits.
Oh, I agree. Nothing was off limits. It was like an all-you-can-fuck buffet.
Okay, Bruce, that's enough.
Okay, let's get back on track. You must be wondering how we came to this moment, Mr. Wayne.
Let me see if I recollect. Some stuff happened. You sucked my dick.
My father.
Like a lot.
My father never accepted Bane.
How was that, by the way?
Are you done?
I hadn't showered that day, and I fight crime in a rubber suit. Really seals in the flavor.
Oh, dude, Jesus.
My father only saw a monster who could not be tamed.
You tamed my monster.
Okay, just shut up, okay?
With your mouth.
Stop!
In 2 other places.
Okay.
In an order that would surprise you.
Enough!
Ass mouth bag.
All right, that's it. That is my love you're speaking to. I am her protector.
That's ironic, because we didn't use any protection. And I offered.
You motherfucker.
No, Bane, it's fine. These words will be his last.
Her last words were, spit in my mouth.
Okay, do you understand what's happening right now? A bomb is about to blow up Gotham, and I've stabbed
This is what to say. Listen, every artist or every every writer has their own interpretation of Batman. Everyone is different, and anyway, I'm sure Superman did the same thing. Think about it, right? How do you think Jonathan Kent got there? You know what I mean? Exactly.
First.
Okay.
Exactly.
With my dick.
I got it.
Just to clarify, guy who breathes through a crab. It's not the first time one of us has shoved 9 hard inches up into somebody's ribs.
Wasn't 9 inches.
Except when I did it to her, she loved it.
Enough! Soon you will feel the fire of 12 million souls you failed.
So what you're saying is by touching that red spot in just the right way, there's an explosion?
Exactly.
We
get it.
You know I'm good at it. I do the alphabet. A is for Alfred. B is for bats.
It's a Clarice, I get it. I get it. You don't have to show me.
I found it. I'm the world's greatest detective.
Give it.
Yes, how does it feel to have something hard penetrate your body? No? Nothing?
I mean, I could think of like 10 off of that.
I'm sorry. All sex jokes aside, I am losing quite a bit of blood.
You're an idiot.
All right, fuck this. I'm just gonna blow up Gotham now. Goodbye, my love.
Wait, are you crying right now? Jesus, his face is all wet, like mine was at the beginning.
And he's back.
And yours was at the end.
Press the button.
You gave Gordon a way to block my signal. No matter. You bought yourself 11 minutes.
What you should buy yourself is another pair of panties. I totally hid these from you when you were in the John.
All right, we're done. Mods, ban whoever sent that and rip their arms off, please. Anyway, I'm not clicking any more links. No more links. We're done. Man, Justice League Unlimited is a super good show. Goated. On to the Ultimate Spider-Man. Anyway.
A Kung Fu Fiesta! Arriba-san!
Yeah, see, Deadpool's in this show. That's something.
Double wedgie achievement unlocked.
Dang, Skippy! Where are my manners? Introductions! Call me Deadpool. It rhymes with no school. Too cool, ain't no fool, and I'm the best that there is at what I do. Cool. Moving on. I'm on a mission to find the secret HQ of Taskmaster, the big boss for these cheese clowns. And nothing but
Man, this Deadpool voice sucks. No offense.
Let's just get this over with. Everyone knows
Okay, listen, we're not gonna listen to somebody who says the Ultimate Spider-Man is hard to defend, because I'm going to defend it. I like the show. The show is good. Anyway, it was fun.
Tingling. For those of you new to the Spider-Man experience, let me explain the whole Spidey sense thing. It's like an early warning system that kicks in whenever there's danger. And maybe it's on the blink.
Actually smiling. How'd you do that?
It's a gift. And since that day...
To be fair, 2010s were terrible. To be entirely fair, the 2010s were absolutely horrific when it came to media. All right? I'm going to put it in flawed, but I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was a bad time. But the Wolverine and the X-Men. Okay, also, can you point out, does anybody ever call Kitty Pryde Shadowcat? I learned that was her like mutant name like a few years ago, and I was like, dog, I just call her Kitty Pryde. I thought that was her name. What do you mean her name is Shadowcat? Like, also, do you know that she's like insanely racist? Like crazy racist. Like, why? Huh? What? Yes. Yes. Okay, I have to show it to you guys now. It's like a meme. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah, and this has it on here. Yeah, with your training, you could have crippled Danny or worse. How can you be so calm? Didn't you hear what he just said? They're only words, child. Suppose he called you an N-word lover, Stevie. Would you be so intolerant then? And then like, somebody called her a slur for mutants first, and then she said, "Are you an N-word?" I'm just like, okay, that's a bit much. And then she's dropping a bunch of slurs here, that are words that I will not and cannot say. Not even keeping in the fact of the time that she rocked up the storm with like braids. You feel me? Like she freaking rocked up the storm with like cornrows just to piss off Storm. Like, oh, I didn't mean to save. I meant to open a new tab. I'm just saying. Kitty Pryde ain't the best, but we'll drop that here. This show was good. Honestly, GOAT tier. GOAT tier indeed. This is a very good show. Is it the X-Men anime? Is that the 97 one? I have not seen it yet. X-Men Evolution. Do I remember this one? Yo. Peace for thank you for the prime.
The Black says she's my African princess.
Dick Cheney's oil money just subscribed. Sean.
Dick Cheney's oil money. Thank you for the 11-month resubscription as well. Much appreciated. Oh, Toad. Spike? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? I thought they were gonna say Quicksilver. You know Spike? I don't know Spike. You never saw Evolution? I remember the Jean Grey character. I remember the Rogue character. So I was like, why does he look kind of like Raven a little bit? Whoa, would you grab his tail like that? Like his Thor's nephew? I don't remember that guy. I just remember the Rogue character, and I was like, Rogue kind of a baddie. In case you haven't figured this out, I remember the characters based upon how many baddies they have. But I don't know it enough to be able to watch it. I do remember the Rogue character though. Let's go on my favorite. You know where I put this one too. This is like the episode 1 theme song. Why it's so freaking long.
I put a shot to your system.
It's like the pilot episode theme song. This is the real one. Well, actually, yeah, that was right. There's so many of them.
Criminal chase the bad guys, save the world, fly to the sky. Half kid, I'm amazing. Okay, stand shot, I'm facing. Yeah, 1-0, then you zap. Get see, get trapped. In my eyes, I got the power. Villains run from static shower. Superhero, static shock. Superhero, static shock. Criminals, get twisted. It's superhero gifted. Bell ring, back in school. Nobody know what I do. Okay, superhero, static shock. Superhero, static shock. Superhero, static shock. 1-0, then you zap. Get see, get trapped. In my eyes, I got the power. Villains run from static shower. Criminals, get twisted. It's superhero gifted. Bell ring, back in school. Nobody know what I do. Okay, superhero, static shock.
Because after you stop using trash can lids to fly, yeah. So I thought it was super cool for me because I saw a very universe where I was his own universe where other superhero shows crossed over often. Yeah. I thought the show was great. It was a part of the, was it Image Comics? Before he was brought into DC. GOAT show. Honestly, it's probably my #1 show. Over Justice League Unlimited too. I love it so. It was Milestone. It was his own thing. That's why I knew. Welcome back to Super Friends. I love it so much. I think in live action, they were talking about it, but I don't think they are now. Now it's time for a show that people hate, I guess. But
that Infinity Sword, I will rule the universe!
All right, squaddies, time to hero up.
And what I liked about this show, it was the first show that I saw that had the Avengers and the X-Men crossing over. Like, I understand why people didn't like it. The art style was not great. It was pretty poor. But like, this was the first show that I saw that had like the Avengers and X-Men like all like fighting together. But this was 15 years ago, so it was 2009. I was 9 years old, and it wasn't my favorite even back then, but I appreciated it for what it was. I'm putting it in flawed. Okay. This one is the one. Probably my favorite Batman show as a spoiler. I remember this being so low quality though. It was the VHS station. I saw it on cable, so like I didn't see it on VHS. Also because it came out when I was born. So I I do love Batman Beyond though. There's so much fun stuff that happened. This is the UK intro. This is on HBO Max. Honestly, at this point, I don't even know. Oh, 4K. I don't think they call it the guy in the picture here. This is not the guy who doesn't keep doing it, though. Batman Beyond. I like this show. This show was one of my favorites growing up. I had no idea what was going on because I could not follow the story because I was like a child. I was a baby. But like, I didn't even know there was a story, right? I watched this in a time where like I just thought TV shows were like isolated 30-minute instances where like nothing else happens before or after it. Which, to be fair, that's how shows usually were like produced, right? Self-contained stories, but like, yeah. It's been called Zeta Project about the robot AI soldiers. Keep the Legion of Superheroes real quick. Where's it at? Oh, this one. Yeah, I don't remember that very much. You see. Do a Kamehameha? Yeah, no, I don't remember this. That was kind of cool. Oh, there's a season 2. Is this Superman chat? Who's this guy? Superman X? Yeah, no, I have no idea. That's lost on me. I recognize some of these characters at from Young Justice though. During season 4, yeah. Superman X was literally Sasuke. So okay, tell me, is this Superman the Superman that's like, how did he get to the future? Did they bring him from the past to the future? You know what, while we're on it, let's do Young Justice. Yes? Okay, that's regular Legion of Superhero stuff. Because they talk about doing that all the time. You know what I mean? They always go to the past and be like, yo, we need to take Superman to the future with us to solve problems. Yeah, that's their whole gimmick. Yeah. Let's do one of my favorite shows. This is after we've crossed past the 2010s era of superhero shows, where it went from nostalgically good to like super bad to like pretty good, actually. You know what I mean? Yo, Gremlo, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Shout out to that raid spoiler, so I knew it was coming.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars.
Say your goodbyes.
You're not looking at me, boy.
Yo, welcome in, Raiders. We're doing a superhero cartoon tier list about, we love Sean, we love Graham, we love Chat, W, we do love all three of those. Maybe not Chat, but like, we're talking about my favorite shows as a cartoon, shows as a kid, favorite cartoons as a kid. She's always put Legion in Go. I haven't seen it. I can't put it in Go. I can't put it in Go if I haven't seen it. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. I hope you guys are doing good, especially with the way the news is going these days. We're not really watching and rating Young Justice. Wolverine X-Men and Go where they belong. We're and I won't show you the other seasons because it's spoilers. And I won't tell you what happens in this show that makes me sad. That they never actually change. You know what I mean? Like, which is kind of crazy. There's something that happens in the show that like they actually stick by. I'm just like, as a child, I'm like, bro, okay, season 2, you're gonna do the thing. And they're like, no, we're not doing the thing. They actually bring the hologram of the person that I'm talking about back. And I'm just like, okay, whatever. Season 3, they're gonna do the thing. Nope, they don't do the thing. Season 4, nope. And I won't tell you what happens, but like, they stick by it, and I'm just like, bro, whatever. I won't say anything. I won't say anything. Not that it mattered. It's just I'm like, whatever. It's fine. Obvious GOAT tier. Obvious GOAT tier. Probably my favorite show. I have to put it above Static Shock. Season 3, not my favorite, but I do appreciate the DEI in it, the diversity in it. Season 4 is cool. I like season 1. This is my favorite. It's the best one. It's like top tier. Season 2 is also cool. I like the whole. I like the Beatles subplot a lot. But season 3 was okay, and season 4 was also okay. I love season 1 though. Also, season 4 lead designer was Black, Sean Jerome K. Moore. It's illegal to watch DEA. Yeah, now it's illegal. I can't watch Young Justice anymore. Season 4 was peak as a Legion fan. Yeah, I'm sure that makes sense. Now, I mean, we're just rolling through peaks now. We're rolling through peaks. This is gonna be tough. Not because of where to put it, but where to put it on the tier that it goes on. Teen Titans. Wait. Teen Titans.
You can rest knowing they got your back. 'Cause when the world needs heroes on patrol, Teen
Titans, go!
With their superpowers they unite. Teen Titans never meant to be.
Bro, they got Cyborg, as they should. Not on Justice League, but on Teen Titans.
They got the bad guys on the run. They never stop till the job gets done. 'Cause when the world is losing all control, Teen Titans.
True. I have not seen Teen Titans Go versus Teen Titans. I have not. I didn't even know that was a thing. Obvious S tier. Obvious GOAT tier. It has to be first. It has to be first. I love Young Justice, but I only love Young Justice as much as I do because Teen Titans existed. You know what I mean? Like, I only love Young Justice as much as I do because of Teen Titans. I don't think I would be able to appreciate Young Justice if I didn't have Teen Titans. And so it has to go top. It has to go number one. Yeah, Teen Titans walk so Young Justice could run. 100%. 100%. It's so freaking good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Now, on to I put Justice League Unlimited on the list. It is on the list. This is Justice League, the animated series, I believe. It's a JLA. Justice League Animated. It's like the first series before Unlimited. It's basically the same thing. Like, legitimately, it's basically the same thing. Like, Unlimited is just the sequel series. They just did everything in Justice League Unlimited or Justice League Animated just better. You know what I mean? It's just a better version of what this series was. Same characters, same plot. It was cool until Justice League Unlimited came out. Yeah. Unlimited has extra B and C list heroes. And so it's not like, you know, it's not like bad, right? It's just Unlimited was just so good. On to Teen Titans Go. The problem with Teen Titans, and I'm glad this came up, the problem with Teen Titans is that it's going up against like Young Justice and the original Teen Titans when it's more of a Powerpuff Girls. It's more Powerpuff Girls than it is like Justice League Unlimited. And it's not trying to be Justice League Unlimited. And I think that's the problem, right? That's the issue, is that people try to put it into a box of what it's not, right? And we have to give it to Teen Titans Go as funny as fucking it gets unwarranted hate. I do agree. I enjoy Teen Titans Go. I do like it. It's funny. There's some bits that are just so good. It is a bit silly for my like adult brain. And sometimes I want to see like an actual serious animated show that's like, you know, that actually can pull me through like, you know, my emotions or whatever. I think Teen Titans, original Teen Titans, OG Teen Titans does that very well. And like Young Justice also does that very well. But for what it's trying to do, I like it. I think it does it what it's trying to do very well. It's just not here. Because I think it could do what it's trying to do better. Right? So judging it based on what it's trying to do, it achieves that goal very well. But I feel like it can do what it's trying to do better. Right? But I respect the ending. And I won't spoil the ending, but I respect the ending. And I respect what the original authors said about the ending. The original showrunners said about the ending. And so it's a little bit of a meta rating. It ended. Yes, it ended. There's still movies coming out, but like the show is ended. It's over. And I respect what it did with that subplot. Spoiler, it had plot. It did have plot, yes. And so I'm putting it in good. I liked it for what I was trying to do. I still like Justice League, the animated series, more. I'm being real. I'm not Justice League. Green Lantern, the animated series. Just spoil. I mean, it's just a Terra plot line. So if you watched the OG Teen Titans, it did the Terra plot line at its ending, and its ending was it's a very strong ending, I will say. I haven't seen X-Men 97, so I can't rate that. I've seen some of Harley Quinn, but like not enough to like be able to rate it. You know what I mean? Like all I seen was like clips of the Harley Quinn show. It's good, but later season gets mid. Like the cancer race scene is so funny. I like that a lot. But I don't think I've seen enough to rate it, so I'm gonna put it in. I haven't watched it. I also put this one in. I haven't watched it either. The 90s Spider-Man show has some funny scenes, bro. Like, it has some funny. The shocker scene is so good. It's so good. It's so funny. Venom was also pretty funny as well. I want to see the shocker scene. You can't run from me.
I am invincible! Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
It's such a funny scene, bro. I still don't think I've watched enough of it to be able to rate it. I remember some of it, but I have not seen enough of it. I did not grow up with the show because I don't think I can give it a fair rating. But man, it has some funny moments. The shocker scenes and like the Eddie Brock scenes with or Venom scenes, so good, so good, so good. Probably one of the funniest scenes of anything on this list. I'm gonna be real. What if? Okay. I don't know if this is gonna be a hot take. Flawed. I'll put it above the Superhero Squad show. I like the first like 4 episodes of What If. I liked What If when it was actually an anthology series. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that they brought it together and had like Venom get all the Infinity stuff. Not Venom, sorry. I'm still thinking about Spider-Man. Ultron get all the Infinity Stones and like start breaking through time or whatever, and then get a team together. To like, I like Peggy. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Captain Carter. Josh's episode was so good. It was good. I like get the hot takes out of the way, or we're gonna save them to the end. Let's bring the hot takes in. Should be like DC Elseworld. It's just weird stories. Yeah. I'm not a fan of where they went with it. What if Venom got all the Infinity Stones? His cheeks would be massive. He would have massive cheeks. I got the Carter because I watched Agent Carter series and it was good. You know what I liked? I liked Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know if that's a hot take. I like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was good. I am supposed to be in a meeting right now. Well, thanks for watching, chat. Sorry to leave you off on a cliffhanger, but I have a meeting that I was supposed to be in 3 minutes ago. So, early season of Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I liked, yeah. I haven't seen other seasons. All I know is that Logan Paul's wife is in it. So, yeah. That's all I know. Oh, ex-girlfriend? Oh, I thought they got married. Did they not get married? Ex-fiance. Oh, they were engaged. Okay, thank you. I just assumed they got married. You know what I mean? I don't freaking know. I don't keep up with Logan Paul. But regardless, thanks for watching, chat. Oh, I need to grab some food before my meeting because I'm already 3 minutes late. Yo. All right, bye YouTube so I can play some music. It's already gone. I don't really click, but peace YouTube. Goodbye.